Wow.
Oh! Aiming for the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with it. Oh, that's the knife and then Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Although I think we're a little bit underprepared. It's been so long since we've been here. I think we're wearing the wrong clothes. I think it's time to get... Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's us. It's Hunt Premier. It is Cracked Wisdom sat with the wonderful Kirk. And not only that, we are back with some more amazing arena action. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Not only are we Hunt Premier again, but we're also partnered up with Battlestate Games, ready to bring you the first ever North American season for the HPL. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. After seeing the EU competitors battling it out coming up towards Christmas time, we've taken a breather, we've gone over the pond, and we've brought 8 brand new teams for you guys to look at today. Not only that, but we've got 5 days of amazing NA tournament action in the HPL, where each team is going to play 6 matches worth of madness. And I'm super delighted, honestly, to be able to introduce and announce our wonderful, amazing analyst that is the man, the myth, the legend behind all of the facts and the hard work that goes into the HPL tournament competitor detail, shall we say, in the analytics. None other than Kirk the Lurk. How are we doing, Kirk?
I'm awesome. Thank you so much for the introduction yet again. It has been way too long since we've all seen your lovely faces, and we're finally here to bring everybody back for Hunt Premier North America. I know this has been on the books for a long time. It's been in on the back burner, but it's finally done cooking, and we're so excited to bring it here for everybody today, debuting. The last time we saw any North America action on the Hunt Premier channel was May 26th, 2024 for the NA Invitational. It didn't last very long, but it was just a little bit of a piece for everybody to, to taste so they can understand what exactly is going to be coming in the future. But if I'm not mistaken, back then, was it not team fight still?
It was, yeah. We were absolutely back in the days of Block, back in the days of the AXMC being a pick that was something that was still used back when the AP round was still in the game before it got removed. Now, obviously, it's back again, so something to talk about there. Maybe a little bit of foreshadowing. We'll see what happens with the Spice when we get down into the nitty-gritty of the teams and how they match up against each other. But there is so much to get on with today. Let's talk about how many matches we've got, Kirk, and how the matches are going to play out. So for the folks at home that are joining us for the first time, HPL Arena tournaments work out very simply. Each teams will go up against each other for a best of 2 series. That's right. Each team will get to select a map of choice, and then the opposite team will choose whether they attack or defend. Then the sides will swap. The other team chooses their map. They will choose to attack or defend. Over the best of 2 series, if a team walks away with 2-0 scoreline, they will gain themselves the full 3 points, moving on to the table for the rest of the season, scoring the full they can gain. If each team goes 1 apiece, then each team will earn themselves a point apiece to go to the table standings. And if you lose 0-2, sorry, all you get is biscuits and the backdoor entrance. Unfortunately, that's a loss on the scoreboard and no points for that one. But that's what everybody is playing for. And speaking of what we're playing for, ladies and gentlemen, a humongous prize pool here for the HPL NA season. Before we have a quick nosy at that schedule, ladies and gentlemen, the guys here from the NA region, the 8 teams are playing for a grand total of €10,000 as a prize pool. And speaking of those €10,000, Kirk, let's have a look at that schedule and see how we get to the all-important final week.
Yeah, moving on to the schedule real quick. First of all, 11 a.m. EST right now is going to be Master X versus Aquila. So Aquila is kind of like tequila, but maybe just putting a little bit of different letter on there. I'm not too sure what's up with that, but Aquila, very unique nickname. But of course, Eclipse Esports and Unknown are also going to be playing at the same time. So as we can see with this graphic here, the teams with the green dot beside them will be the ones displayed on stream. So with that being said, yes, remember that we will have somebody in chat that will be giving you information on the game that is not being displayed on stream, giving you updates on the score, and we'll let you know once it's over. So this is going to be sort of a very similar way that we're going to be doing it through the entire tournament. On the last day, however, we are going to see every single game, I believe, on stream. And then at that point, like Crack was mentioning earlier, the way that the point system's set up, there's no final, there's no, semi-final type of thing, like how a standard tournament usually would go, but there is just kind of who ends with the most amount of points.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we saw on screen for the schedule, there are 3 little green dots, but due to some beautiful work in the paint artistry, shall we say, in the background before coming through to that one to highlight which games you guys will get to see on screen. There will be, as Kirk said, updates coming throughout the chat for you guys to keep in touch with your favorite team if it's not the featured match. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be featuring this across 5 days worth of action. All right, so today you might see your team play once, you might see them play twice. I haven't seen a day's setup of schedule yet where any team plays more than twice or less than once. So you're going to see your team if you turn up on every day's worth of the schedule. We've got Saturday, Sunday this weekend. We've got Saturday, Sunday next weekend. And then, as Kirk said, the penultimate Saturday where every match will get featured. So at that point in time, with it being the final match for standings, every match is going to be important. You don't want to miss out on any of them, and we're going to get to see all of them. So interested to see what happens when it comes down to those matches at the end of the season. Speaking of that, though, that is in the future. Let's talk about the present, and the gift that we're going to get for the first match of the day is going to be shown on screen with that head-to-head, the roster lineup, and some beautiful graphics. Again, put together in the background by some W production work from the Hunt guys. Honestly, guys, big fan here. You've cracked approval on this one. Kirk, talk us through the teams. Who have we got on board?
Well, first on the Master X side, of course, we have the IGL Exquisite himself, Shortline coming up close second, IFP, Jess, and Judicious, and the substitute players being Bloodbag and Not Declared. And let's move all the way over to the right side to Team Aquila with a few names that a lot of people might recognize out here. We have Shelby KB2, the original member and the one who founded the team, Trevi FPS. Definitely well known around the streaming space. I'm sure Trevi has a lot of fans out there. House, Yuki's, No Tech, another one of those well-known streamers that's been around for a long, long time. I'm sure everybody knows of No Tech. He's been around here in the Hunt Premier community also for a little bit now. And you want to help me with that one?
I mean, there's a lot to talk about in both of these teams. I'll be honest with you. You don't need any help either. The pause from Kirk there, folks, is because of all 10 members. You could talk about every single one of these members in different places. All right, we'll look at some maybe names that are not so well known. Okay, Yuki's, all right, has a very, very, very high skill cap. But there is a little bit of a joke that goes around in the community that plays with Yuki's and Notech and Shelby, where the secondary nickname comes out, which is Dookies, and that's obviously very, very indicative of a couple of mistakes once in a while. But no, Yuki's an exceptional player, one to watch out for as a dark horse in the Aquila roster. Those of you who'll be familiar with the Titans of Trevi FPS, No Technique TV, Shelby KB2, House. Yuki's might be the one to surprise you there. On the side of Master X, this Master X lineup has seen a lot of shifting about, a lot of moving of players, going to different teams, bringing in other people to play, substitutes on the previous bench stepping up and stepping in. So for me today, it's going to be how much of an evolution this Master X roster has gone through going into this first match as to whether they're going to be able to challenge Aquila. We've seen Aquila perform. We've seen them in the previous tournament. Like you said, the APS just recently gone. They did a very good job of a solid performance throughout that in itself, as well as the fact that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extremely skilled players on that starting lineup. It does look like a recipe for success. Players aside, let's talk about another variable coming into this. We've got 2 map picks, Master X starting with Bay 5. I'm going to assume that Aquila are going to go on to the defensive with Master X taking the attack, that being the way that plays out, and then Aquila are on Fort, and with Aquila taking us to Fort, you're going to assume that Master X will take us to the defense with Aquila starting on attack. So an interesting one to look at. Personally, not knowing these teams as much, I don't think the environment's going to change my decision as to how the game's going to go just yet. But given Bay 5 being quite a chaotic map, and Master X being a more new team playing together synergistic-wise, might be more difficult for the Master X side to navigate.
Yeah, and I know that you said before that Master X has actually quite a bit of experience under their belt. I did ask some questions to some of the players on the teams beforehand, before today's broadcast, and I got some information from NoTech from Team Hpl, who I asked what exactly sets his team apart from the rest of the teams on the leaderboards, and he says that they are not, if not one of, then the most aggressive teams in the entirety of NA, and they technically have no IGL. So, you know, that can get pretty hectic, and I'm really interested to see how that's going to play out on a map that's historically benefited from a really strong defense, like Bay 5.
So, again, for anybody that forgot or hasn't been here seeing the change of grenades, grenades are small now, little more nuts, little balls of love that don't do too much damage unless you get them right with pitch perfect placement. Speaking of pixel perfect placement, 2 members of the Hpl side, 3 members of the Hpl side are assaulting this front door on the A side. Jez is tucked in the back of alley. Gonna have to swing to try and support. One coming in, Jez finds a great there. Second one comes in as Exquisite swings from their door. No paying the price for that one.
And Shelby needs to take every opportunity right now to get the plant down. However, the teammates are just falling, and Shelby does not get the plant off. Trevi FPS coming all the way back from the mid lane, coming in to try to support it, but I think he's a little too late.
Get one. Going for the second. The Hpl look good on the side of the office, but doesn't quite find the kill. The Bomber Beanie doing its work. Trevi last alive, looks for the wall bang on the back, tries to put pressure down, but Exquisite's holding the angle, takes the headshot from Trevi after some good patience and discipline from the Master X side, especially after dropping the bomb on site. Honestly, a lot of the work done there from the Master X team in the first round, Kirk, by just getting those clean kills when the Hpl team were trying to enter onto that A site. You put the bomb down in a tough position, takes a lot of pressure off, you settle back, hold those angles down for the bomb.
Yeah, I don't think NoTech was really lying there at all when he said they were aggressive, because, you know, as soon as the camera panned over, we were basically already at A. Like, we were just there. And I think it was just a really quick reaction time for Master X to just instantly rotate. And, you know, Trevi was really the only one that was kind of fallen behind there a little bit, but with good reason, right? Like, you don't just leave mid open like that. So I think quick reaction times, it was really down to milliseconds there at that round.
That second game Eclipse versus Unknown, already off to a kicker. Unknown 2-0 up against Eclipse in the second game at this moment in time. We move on into our second round. Again, the A site is being assaulted by the Hpl lineup. This time the members are strong and steady. Yes, 3 members looking at Jez through the smoke, not that they know it. Jez is going to have to make some magic work here without losing his life too easily. Nova finds one on Exquisite, that's the front door. First time round, IFP for the return onto Nova, and finds a second into NoTech. IFP pulling out the double. Bomb is planted, 45 on the clock. Yuki's IFP and shuts down the aggression. Shoreline gets the bang from Yuki's from the back. Oh boy.
The last one also falls to the side of AQ. Shelby, the last one alive, similar in the exact same spot as last round that Trevi had to be in, but not much time left. But actually pushes him off the bomb and is forced to retreat as this suppressor might get red hot any second. You got to make these shots count, Shelby.
And he can just kite now. It's 1 versus 1. And if he gets in the bomb, he knows he's in a tough time. He has to get on and commit immediately now. 3, 2, 1. He has it. No, he gets up. Judicious on Shelby. Oh my word. Shelby picks a pixel out of his back pocket and slams it on the table and says, "I see you and I raise you, sir."
It's round 2. Do we need this right now? Everybody, I hope everybody's awake.
Oh my days, we're all suddenly locked in our chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, seatbelts on. We are right back where we left off before Christmas. One apiece, Hpl Master X, and it's on fire already.
What an amazing start to the first more official Hunt Premier North America League that we finally have to show to everybody here. We're so happy, we're so proud to be able to bring this to everybody. Thank you so much for being here.
Interesting setup, 3rd time in a row towards this A site. Hpl, if it's not broke, don't fix it, is the approach so far. Kind of working. 1 for 1. This is something that blows my mind. Right now, in the EU scene, that middle control is so critical that it gets played for and people lose their lives and fight over it so strong. Not a single person, bar the one Hpl member that is kind of tilting their head towards, is watching this middle lane on B right now. IFP and Trevi are playing a game of dice in the middle of the two connecting angles. That's green container to sandwich right now. Hell's going to have Trevi's back if he's not careful.
Almost sandwiched. Almost slowly getting boxed in. However,
Right, okay.
rotate from... Yeah, look at this.
Trevi's just searching. Trevi's just trying to find an isolated pick before the team from Hpl goes into that A side. He's also trying to pull some attention if possible here. So 3 members from the Master X side are actually ready for this. It's not going to pull enough attention as they expected. Now it's on Trevi to get in support through Sandwich. He's going to try and challenge the office corridor from Sandwich when the bomb goes down. Trevi goes down from 1 from IFP. Exquisite finds Yuki's in the second.
A decimation from MX right now. 1-1 still on the board, and both teams are equally hungry to have their own, and another 1-for-1 comes back out, but site control finally revolves, and bomb goes down, plenty of time left, and I think a little bit of a party on A site for the team of Master X coming in for their second round win in the third.
You can see the idea. Trevi's scouting. Yeah, he's lurking. It's almost a game of Valorant for a second. Trevi is you know, he's weaving his way. He's trying to find something in mid. Yeah, the stutters are intentional, chat. He's looking every corner. He's like, oh, there's gonna be some guy here. There's gonna be something. Every time he doesn't find someone, it's a little bit longer to get to the play. I almost think Trevi kind of was looking for something to catalyze off. And then the Hpl side were going to slam into that A site. And it never kind of happened. Trevi found himself in a void, which is so strange because you'd expect somebody to be playing down that middle channel. So I guess a good read from the Master X side to throw him off guard.
Yeah, Trevi, no doubt, already showing himself to be sort of the backliner, the flank watch, if you will. The one that catches people off guard. But, oh, that almost connected. Does that pen? There's no way that pens. Through that wood and the 2 walls of the shipping container.
I mean, oh, you mean sandwich to Tetris? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you can pen through that. Yeah.
All right, I need some coaching lessons, Brad.
I'll show you it next time we're in.
Fair
Good
enough.
to see if the pros are on it though. Info being used. There's also a little bit of a grudge match coming down from the A site here out of the offices. Look at Yuki's creeping up inside of the door frame here though. Hpl are slowly tightening the clutches on this A door again. Wait, hold on a minute. Is that Trevi? Look where Trevi is.
Yeah. He's just running around. He's having a good time, but I can't believe that he has yet again pushed himself up to this position and has not been punished for it at all.
Is he playing Escape from Tarkov or Pac-Man? It looks like he's avoiding the ghost.
Well, he's about to find a ghost quickly, but actually, site ended up being clear, so he's going to call it to his team that B is clear any moment now. But is AQ going to listen to Trevi, or are they going to continue to push on to A? But the latter of the two seems to be the one that they're going to go with. Smokes are being dispersed.
The one thing Hpl have done well when getting inside of the A building is getting the bomb down and planted. I say that a second as I say it. Cursed immediately is Shelby KB2. Now, Shirley.
Good pressure.
Oh, Trevi swings great on 2-1 though. IFP goes down. Seconds for timer on the bomb. Trevi gets killed onto IFP with just... No, he's not got enough time to plant the bomb down. Okay. So picking up the bomb and getting it planted just outside of the realms of possibility there. But bit of an odd one, really, Kirk.
Yeah, it was a bit strange. We definitely saw that Shelby had the, pressed F. I mean, we know what happened. We saw it on the top of the screen, but for some reason, Shelby just didn't want to stick it and ended up going down to a few gunfights. But we can see that Trevi still kept his life all the way through that site and got 2 kills. He moved all the way back to the Master X spawn and put so much pressure onto that A site that I'm surprised that they didn't have time to get that bomb down. I think AQ had every reason to win that match right there.
3-1. Master X find themselves in the advantage. Dirty little peek from IFP. He's going to find a 3-1 onto Nova, though. Tries to pre-fire through the box for the second, following up. Knows no tech is in the area, roughly. No tech. Puts a few bullets down IFP's way, but doesn't find a home. Got a battle going out on Forklift with the bomb, looking to try and gain entrance onto the B site this time. Now, Hpl are looking the other way. No tech finds IFP, and that's a good end to that extended duel for the sake of the Hpl side, but there's still more than enough members in the Master X area close by to cause danger. That kill in mid's going to give access, though.
Wow.
Judicious finds
Just
Yuki's. That's patience.
the
Wow.
knowledge. I think it was the call out from his teammate in spawn that he heard him coming through harbor. That was just really good teamwork and trust. Shelby all on the lonesome on site, thinks he can get away with that one, but Shoreline and Judicious are waiting for you to take that head off. No Tech, though, however, isn't going to let that one go without a fight. Perfect timing to just run in while Judicious is reloading. And what is that? How did that just happen?
Madness. Everything we expect inside the arena. No Tech, that's your teammate! Oh no. Down the corridor, Trevi goes find the one, but Shoreline's better than Tech on the swing. Jumps, he swings, he jumps, and he's still alive. Somehow, Trevi not able to knock Shoreline down. Shoreline with the move, plays the slick, quick flick over the top of the barrel, doesn't find it, but Shoreline dies to his own legs, and so does Trevi. What do you mean? They both fell over.
Oh my goodness, what? All right, that was probably the most goofy round we've seen in a long time, even back to any of the EU stuff. That was goofy. You know what? The last time we saw something really goofy was in that same spot. Do you remember when that body just kind of like tumbled? We had the tumbleweed body. That was super funny. That was awesome. It's so nice that we can also have, you know, some humor along with some excellent gameplay, and it's not all serious all the time. We can have some fun and all come together to watch some amazing Tarkov Arena.
Yeah. Constructive rounds out of the way. Chaos gives Hpl their second. Forklift finds Yuki slamming Judicious off the top of the tanker. Oh my word, I did not expect Yuki to hit that. Going on with Nova on the box. Exquisite finds Trevi. IFP's an invisible assassin. This game is going insane. He's playing Ring Around the Roses with no technique.
Free Fire's bombed down, so everything's a little bit more tense currently, but no Tech is still yet to give up this position. It actually misses IFP with a really good read on him, doubling up with the teammate to try to take connector control, and Shelby the last one alive, but the last few remaining members of Master X just slowly converge on Shelby's position as yet another round goes to Master X.
4-2. The lead is getting extended slowly and steadily, but extended it is.
You know what? You know me, Cracked. You know I like statistics. You know I like weapon picks and such, if you will.
Go on, hit me
I expected the M4 to definitely go down a little bit in favor, right? Previously, the M4 has always been around that 50% or higher mark in the pick rate. With the attachments that were brought to the SCAR, AUG, and G36, the other 5.56 rifles, I thought that might give them a little bit more favor. The M4 would go down, but it seems like the M4 went down anyway. But we're seeing a lot of AK-12, Mutant, and SR3. So I don't know what exactly happened to you know, the M4 there. I don't think there was exactly a nerf to it, but I thought it would have been other 5.56 rifles to take its place.
There is definitely some information. Remind me in between the matches when we get a little bit of downtime, and we'll go into it, because there's a good point to make, but there's a little bit more behind it, and there's a lot to talk about in that. It's a really good point. Long and short is 545 BP and the larger BP both have a place if you play well with the weapon. Mutant is a bit bouncy, but very good. The tap firing. There's Nova for one, Shoreline for the second. Separate members going down on each side. Judicious hits a naughty one onto Yuki's. That top of the container positioning, Kirk, is not friendly for the person trying to get the head glitch, right?
No, it's not. Sometimes it's really predictable. It's easy to hear as well. Nova, though, one-man army. Starts it off strong on Judicious. IFP, I think, maybe killing a little bit of time waiting for his teammate, or Shoreline is going to be defending that bomb out in Harbor. Reload coming in. Perfect timing. Another reload, though. Shoreline is going to be peeking him from forklift, and not too many bullets. I don't think a single mag is going to be full, so with this VSS and 20 rounders, it's going to be really tough to be able to disperse multiple shots over a long period of time. Shoreline cleans it up. The M4 out in forklift.
5-2. Lead extended by more. Master X showing us that despite a few changes in the lineup, synergy still looking good. 10 kills from Shoreline, like he said, leading the charge as we were getting into the pre-game analysis. Absolutely one of the leading members in that Master X squad when it comes to putting kills on the board. Trevi doing a great job himself as well, also trying to match the similar sort of pace for the Hpl Na side. Only down by 3. And one more round left to go before we switch sides.
For one of the quote-unquote most offensive teams, I think AQ might have a little bit more difficulty in defense here. MX looking a little bit too strong for them right now, but, you know, it ain't over yet. Still plenty of rounds left to be played. It's common for these games to get turned around the halfway mark anyway. Exquisite, though. First blood currently onto Nova. A site has got to be, they got to know that they're going to A at this point. We can see the member from B site and mid are going to slowly be getting a little bit more pace towards A. Members still continue to fall, though, as Exquisite picks up the third one, if I'm not mistaken, and Yuki's puts him down. Can end that one. 3 kills, though, can't complain, and Trevi and Yuki's left alone, not linked up right now. Trevi has been able to shine by himself so many times before, and he does it yet again. Shoreline, the top frag on the board, gets decimated by Trevi. The power of the work. 7.62 that you were talking about from the Mutant.
Bigger bullet, big bullet bully, that's for sure.
IFP closes the round out. Really impressive round there from MX, actually. Trevi doing a lot of work himself, but what a great round. IFP shuts it down. Switching sides, finally. We're going to see how Hpl is going to be performing on the defensive side this time. So, we can see currently the top member for kills right now, currently Shoreline on the side of Master X. And this is a quote from Exquisite, that he finished Season 2 in Arena, #1, and Shoreline had #1 in multiple points in Season 2 and 3 on the ranked leaderboards. They are just a team of ranked stompers. That is what Exquisite has to say about his teammate Shoreline. So that's awesome to come out there, showing some awesome support for his teammate, and we can really see Shoreline's skill here today, only in Game 1.
A little bit of a nosy at the minimap there from the spectator. Shows us the top-down view. Comes alongside holding the tab in this wonderful viewing mode that we get to join on board with. Nate goes out over from Forklift into the back corner there. Yuki's deep out in the harbour is going to be safe from that one. The attempted wallbang from IFP does hear the damage being taken inside the wall, but doesn't get the kill. Shelby from behind gets one onto IFP. No Tech finds Shoreline. Judicious finds No Tech to finish that action down. Exquisite holding in from the middle lane, looking towards red. Nova finds Jez. Exquisite slowly going to be the last person alive and isolated shortly if Trevi finds him in time, but no, Exquisite somehow manages to squeeze his way through behind Trevi. His back's exposed from the B site here. He's got past red. Red is currently saving him right now, but Trevi.
Oh, tough. It's tough.
Nova.
Oh, what is he doing? That was so close. Exquisite put up a triple kill last round. It almost did it again. He's too clean. Put the cuffs on him.
I mean, it's Judicious in a 1v2, and honestly, Exquisite's done some exquisite work to be able to make this possible. Judicious just needs to find one, put himself into the 1v1. Shelby has good information, eyes on and awareness. 2. Shelby swings, gets the kill, and that is going to be the round for Hpl. Good work from Yuki's and Shelby to close that one out. Honestly, almost, though. Almost disappointment robbed from the clutches of potential to sure success. Exquisite had a lot to say about that one going the other way.
Yeah, actually unreal shots, because we all know that I mean we've all been in that situation before with the MCX in our hands, and it just kind of it gets a little bit away from us, you know. Sometimes the recoil's a little bit too much, you know. I think CBJ used to be one of those rounds that actually reduced recoil, but it's been nerfed actually a while ago, and now it actually adds recoil to your gun. But even regardless, it doesn't matter what weapon ammo you're shooting out of the MCX. It is just such a high fire rate, and it's actually such a skill to see Exquisite be able to hit multiple shots in a row, you know, without fail.
It's exactly like you said, it's a bigger bullet caliber. That seems to be the thing that works very well right now. The only gun that falls slightly out of that perspective is the Ash 12 at the moment, and that one obviously not seeing as much use as previously, but again, that's why the meta's shift, and that's what we love to see, is the game being kept nice and fresh. Smoke goes out towards the rat position with Shelby playing this off angle from just behind the site. He's going to catch one of Windows and the bomb in his face in a second. One gets out of the way. How much more can he make? Exquisite finds one in return.
Ooh.
Oh my word, saved his life.
Last second to back up to the rack corner. Shelby, though, still single-handedly holding down the middle
Nova
of this
with the
snipe. Finally
team
goes
kill.
down with the team kill. What happened, Nova? Shelby was putting in so much work, but with one member up still currently for AQ, they still have every chance in the world. Bomb is down, and they know it. They need to surround the members of Master X, and they need to do it now.
Yeah, I can understand how Nova makes that team kill there when we swap to his perspective, and it looks like he's in a mustard gas room testing chamber there from the visual. No Tech finds a kill onto Jez. Nova and Exquisite having a little dance around the outside of this door frame. Oh my, Exquisite almost gave him a worldie. I talk about taking the challenge with confidence. Nova's going to put him down, but boy, oh boy. I would not like to be stood on the other side of the map to Exquisite right now. He is popping off.
No, absolutely. And you know what? You can tell when someone just needs a little bit of a warm-up when, you know, the first 3, 4, 5 rounds maybe weren't going a little bit too well for them, but then all of a sudden they become top frag within 3, 4 rounds, right? So you can tell that maybe they just woke up, you know, they just need a little bit of a warm-up, and Exquisite has just really woken himself up, I think.
Finding your rhythm is absolutely something you do when you get into the set of games. That's why a lot of people enjoy the tournament theme where you play multiple games a day. Shelby KB2 for a great kill onto Exquisite there. And it's going the other way. Blue strong, green container down, no technique trades. One in the meanwhile, though. That's actually a really good pickup 1-for-1 from no technique there in the 1 versus 3. There's still 3 members from Forklift with this bomb. How quickly can the Hpl members get back over?
Push in from Master X, and just, you gotta expect somebody there, Nova. Judicious was very aware. You can't just leave that open. There's always gonna be somebody checking there. Nova goes down, and Yuki's with a teammate on his right, holding both sides. It's a slow push in. Judicious with another one. 2 members left playing for his name if he wants.
Shoreline finds Shelby. And it's just Yuki's left in the 1 versus 3. I thought they had that set. They were just waiting to come in from that red door frame really, really well, as if they were stacking like team required, battle buddy system and co. And then one gets picked off and isolated, and that leaves life for Yuki, which is painful.
No, I really like how Shoreline's positioning there really stops any amount of pressure from the backside near Forklift. He just, as soon as that bomb goes down, he heads right up to that 2nd floor of the crates and is just able to hold kind of a down backwards angle that he'd be able to tell anybody on his team so fast if somebody's flanking. And that just relieves so much pressure and, you know, allows the rest of his team to just stay focused on those other 2 areas of entry on site. So I love that positioning from Shoreline, and I'm sure that's something that they practice.
There we go. Moving on to site for the Hpl lineup on the defense. Shelby with a smoke out towards the A door. The bomb is looking this way from the deep angle. 2 members in support, but we also see that middle strength we were talking about previously when the Hpl side were on the attack, and that's one playing Tetris, both playing Tetris now actually, but one looking towards slant to try and keep that mid control, watching so that there isn't an aggressive flank behind this bomb push. It's a slow A setup. The response we're looking for from Hpl here, if you're an Hpl fan, is Yuki's and no technique here on this top mid and these parkour positions, the connected to that B site, to try and start moving around and gathering information. Maybe even get Nova to move around a little bit and give extra support there. His first contact on this A site is not going to be until the bomb gets in the door frame, and that's not going to leave the Hpl members too much time to respond. Here comes the boom.
One goes down. Trevi, though, is very used to being by himself, and that's where it seems like he shines, with 80% of his kills coming from a solo play. So he's all by himself and ready to slay. Somehow IP gets away with that one, and Nova's going to be forced to back up, but Shoreline's just going to be pre-firing like he knows Nova's going to peek it.
No technique.
Reload comes in, he knows.
Responds. The bomb's going. This is what we were thinking,
This is really good.
Yeah. Yep. On he goes.
It's so awesome to just know that he can just do that instantly. Like, that's, you can tell the comms from the teammates are just top-notch. They're immaculate.
This is a Shoreline play as well. This is immediate decisiveness, right? Shoreline, not somebody ever to mince their words. Same with the gameplay and approach. Down on the knees, he goes to the floor. Might have been the wrong timing. No Tech's going to have a tough time putting him down, though. Can't land a bullet, it seems, for the moment there. Momentary whiff. No tech finds him on the second, though. And that's going to be the defuse. Oh, Kirk, that looked
Yeah.
scary for a second.
No, it was scary, but you know what? I gotta say, you gotta respect somebody that instantly makes a decision right away instead of somebody that hesitates for 10, 15 seconds and then that gets them killed anyway. So the fact that Shoreline instantly gets that bomb down and knows exactly what he's about to do and does it, it's way more reliable than somebody who, you know, runs around with like a chicken with their head cut off for 10 seconds to figure out what they're trying to do.
And just to figure this one out for you folks, the second match previously between Unknown and Eclipse ended 9-0. Unknown map 1. They are on map 2 already, that's right. Unknown flawless defeat into Eclipse. GG's, congratulations to Unknown. Commiserations to Eclipse in map 1. They're map 2 playing now. Unknown on the attack, Eclipse on the defense, and that's on Skybridge. Meanwhile, Hpl and Master X having much more a meal of their first game. 5-7, only 2 separating the sides. Exquisite and NoTech having a little duel down the middle. NoTech painting Exquisite a picture on the corner of his container of cover. Nodding away. Love to see it. Nice one, CK. Oh, NoTech does find him though. Exquisite. Oh, boy.
NoTech wasn't giving it up. He's at mid's mine, and I'm taking it. 2 members, however, ready to replace Exquisite heading towards mid.
It's a
need
bit
someone to watch that flank.
It's a bit much. You can't pick it that many times without trying to trade some bullets. No Technique is going to be allowed to have a second from the same spot. You're kidding.
Okay, they gotta. You can't just sit there anymore, right? You gotta change your position at some point.
Oh,
here comes the execution. Master X with 3 members left. 52 seconds left on the clock with 5 total members of AP ready to stop them. Bullets are just flying and nobody's dropping. Shelby finally goes down. The rest of the members converge. Trevi on the other side of the smoke going to be putting a little bit of pressure on, just spraying through it, but ammo conservation is really important. Smoke's still yet to go down, and Yuki's is put in a position where he's forced to be aggressive.
Bomb goes down. That's a good pickup from Yuki's. Judicious finds no technique. It looks so gross for a second there. The smoke suffocated Trevi completely out of the play. The big swing is Jez goes for the bomb instead of swinging Yuki's. That's a mistake. And there's Trevi for the close. Hpl pulls to 6 and 7, and this one's getting closer.
I think we picked the right game to stream.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. 10, 10, 10. Spread out to the side of Hpl. 8 and 7, not too far behind for Nova and Yuki's. Shoreline going crazy, Exquisite going crazy. 13 kills for each of them. 2 more rounds left for MX if they want to close it out.
Early Hpl Na from Yuki's on board here with the spectator cam.
Oh,
that one's going to drop
dangerous.
straight in front of the snail trail as well. And look at how nuts that could be. Oh, they've read it anyway. They don't care they don't get a kill. They still know they're coming.
This is the fractured strategy that I've heard of.
100%.
Fractured leg strat. I don't think they have splints.
Now, the crouching.
No tech's been a headhunt for the last few rounds. Too many people to peek, though. Judicious finishes it off with the same gun that he pointed towards him.
Yeah, it's Judge, Jury, and Judicious Executioner, it seems like, as that one gets put down. Judicious for the second, 2 for this time around. Trevi finds one onto Exquisite. Nova gets a great re-swing into Jez on the left-hand side and puts bullet in the side of his head. Bomb is on site, though. Nova can't see him with the jump peak, so that's a swing. A lot of pain, baits it out, actually. Good time killing from Nova. I like this from IFP to support the bomb plan. Swings and Nova when he tries to fake the bait and tells teammates to plan commit. The commit works, but only as long as Trevi until Trevi for 2. Oh, my Trevi!
Third one this round.
1v2.
IFP to make it a 4-piece, but IFP is so dangerous with this AK-12, and I think the fire rate might be a little bit better in this situation.
IFP's game awareness has been sick. Taking charge of the play.
Oh,
Proactiveness
4X.
also good. Tried to bait the heal. Trevi is committing to the heal, so he's actually getting the time off. But Trevi's going to get caught with his hands in his pockets if he's not careful. IFP. Bates forces him onto the point. Oh, he goes all the way across. Trevi plays it extremely well and just doesn't give him a chance to fight. Really good work from the Hpl side.
That was really good, actually. Trevi read that perfectly. You know what? IFP did a good job, too, to instantly come back around the way he came, to know that he's probably just going to be playing time and instantly shoot. But Trevi just knew. He, like, backed up for another step. IFP continues around the corner. That gives Trevi the call to just continue forward. And you know what? I gotta love AQ. I think Hpl Na is giving me a little bit of sorry, I forgot the name. What is that team? How do I forget?
Give me
They're
a
too
symbol.
good.
Give me an icon. Anything.
Rapid.
Oh, EPA vibes.
Yeah,
EPA vibes.
Because so far, this is the first time I've ever seen them, and 3 of the members of Hpl Na, I can already tell that they have roles and they stick to them. They don't do any more than they need to, and they stick to the roles so the rest of the team can just rely on them. Trevi is always in that back line, ready to clean up some kills and watch flanks. Shelby is always sitting on that anchor position on site, ready to defend. And then we have
Oh my
Tech
word,
with
that's a
those
death
crazy
corridor you don't want to
mid-
be in. I'm
Oh.
so sorry. What was that? The 2 from Shelby KB2 as the action is not going to allow Kirk to finish his analytics because it's all about to explode on the A site. The corridor turning into a death box. There's one from behind. There's no technique, and all the blue members are falling down in a pile.
I mean, that just kind of lines up perfectly to what I said, though, because I said Shelby was just that anchor, right? That one that just can single-handedly defend site multiple times in a row, and yet again grabs a quick 2-piece.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. The corridor
No.
Shelby decided that cutting off was the time to be. Shoreline is looking to find this tick into no technique, but no technique is more than wiser to it this time as well. You heard it here first, folks. First quote from the broadcast for 2025. Kirk on the lurk. Hpl Na to be the NA scene EPA. And they're looking good for it too at the moment as well. Nova nails one into Judicious. That's going to put them down to just one problem left alive with half of their health to help them with as well. Shoreline limping his way with the bomb somewhere, anywhere, away from the pain. Into the A side he goes.
Oh,
Doesn't make it as far as
wow.
Trevi. Good night. Have they got it, Kirk? Is it 9-7?
I don't know. This is so close. I think they're really both talented teams. And I think anybody can take it at this point. Going back to some of the questions and answers for some of these teams, the practice that Master X puts in, they say that every single weekday is a minimum of 2 hours a day practice. And a lot of extra time they also put in when it's available. Hpl Na, though, 3 to 4 times a week, if not more, with no set schedules available. So Master X is a little bit more, on the schedule. Well, Hpl Na's just kind of practice when they can. So Master X might be here to play with their strats that they've been cooking up every single day of the week.
The bomb went really aggressively towards Falkland, almost running into big grenades out. It didn't actually pull anything other than... Oh, never mind. It worked. 3 members are now swarming, parkour, connected to B, and holding inside of B, as well as the maze player looking that way. 3 members are in the A site with access already. Bomb and support is in Tetris. This Master X switch up has thrown a real good play. Late nade saved is good, put some pressure down. Splits. Trevi finds the kill because the split makes them have to run to the door frame. One traded back as Jez finds Ali one apiece so far. This is tense. Judicious for a big kill onto no technique in one of the anchor positions on point. The bomb's going to go down. Shelby's holding this front door. How much can Shelby find from the middle of nowhere?
Shelby's stuck here. There's
not
nobody to
step
back
up.
him up.
Do not stand up, Shoreline. Do not step up. IFP finds him instead. That's a great defense from IFP.
That's so much pressure off of the side of MX. They have so much room to play with right now. Smokes are so good. They're placed so well right now.
This is Yuki's territory, though. This is Yuki's territory. And Yuki's could do it 3 to finish his kill to death ratio being topped up. And I know Yuki's relatively well. This is a player who likes to see a good kill to death ratio on the scoreboard. 1 versus 3 advances himself, but the time is not in his favor.
He has the
10
weapon
seconds on
and he
the
has
clock.
the magazine for it too.
And he's just going to have to run into pain at this point in time because he just hasn't got it. Oh, time is such a brutality when that bomb goes down.
Last time being cracked together wasn't for Escape from Tarkov Arena, but it was somewhere else, and he made a comment that is yet again showing up true today. It seems like whenever we come together to do whatever it may be, even if I'm not casting, doesn't matter, we are in the same vicinity of each other, something goes to overtime right away.
It's overtime, baby. We gotta love it. First game of the season, first game back after the break, and it's all action all day long. Hpl Na and Master X going the distance, 8 apiece, and the first overtime is locked in. Okay, now the questions we've got to ask ourselves is which of the 2 teams learnt better from the other team's attacking side? Because Both did well on the defense. Yuki's from the nade. That's looking good towards the alley. Oh, gets away from it. Jez plays the soft angle closer to the inside wall. 3
So
are in
fast.
already. That smoke's good. There's that blue. Finds Exquisite out yet.
The nade!
Nade on site's great, but it's not in time to stop the plant.
Close.
Don't do it, Nova. He goes dirty, he gets caught in the prone. Jez hears him. IFP's caught in no man's land in the middle. Yuki's in the smoke. Exquisite, the second's coming. Jez beats him into the corner. That's a good return from Jez. IFP finds Trevi. Numbers are going the wrong way. No tech for one to Jez. Shoreline into no tech. It's all numbers, all on the Master X side. 3 versus 1, and Nova's going to make a miracle here. Good shots at first. 10
seconds left.
All he's got to do is deny.
This is so possible. This is so possible.
Second, he's done it. He got the kill. He got the kill on the bomb, and it's huge from Nova.
You just gotta focus that bomb diffuser. That is such a good play to stay focused in that situation and just put your focus on the one person that matters. Such a good read. So good to just stay focused, line it up, take the bomb carrier down, put the bomb diffuser
What
down.
do you mean
Real
he
good.
got
It's
it?
so clean. It's so
What
good.
do you mean last bullet? Ah!
Think about it. If he focused on that other person, he wouldn't have had the bullet that he
Exactly.
needed to end the round.
It's literal perfection. You cannot make a mistake there. Any single bit is out of place, and that's gone. Oh my word, what a play.
Game 1 already so exciting for the very first game of HPL North America, ladies and gentlemen, but it isn't over yet. The entire year is jam-packed full of events, way more than last year. If you're interested in more North American gameplay, September 6th is going to be our Season 2 NADB with 06 of December, going to be the Season 3. So stay tuned for that as we head into the second overtime round. Already explosive, 1 apiece for each team.
Yeah, really aggressive push from Exquisite on the defensive side in the opener. Only trades a 1-for-1, which leaves Hpl full access onto the point. That A plant is coming in hot and quick again. Jez is still in this alley position, but he's smoked off. He's cut out. This Hpl movement and a slightly over-aggressive play from Exquisite for the first time all game is actually going to see Master X again at a disadvantage with the bomb down. 40 seconds left on the clock and good positioning from the defending side. Shelby for one onto Shoreline, shuts down the front door approach. IFP now on his own. He's going to try and find some responses to Shelby. Swings into 2. No tech, covers off. Jez searching. In comes Shelby for one. Judicious does go down. Jez finds a great response and puts Shelby down immediately. The Yuppies closes it out. It's Hpl 10-8 going into the first swap in overtime. Match point.
One more round. Possibly anybody new here hasn't watched any professional arena before. It's a little bit different than your solo queue where it'll be first to 7 in a standard game on Blast Gang. But in this professional setting, it will be first to 9. If it doesn't win by 2, it'll be forced to overtime where there will be 4 rounds. First team to win 3 of those will be declared the winner of this game. You know, I gotta say that every single member of every team is putting in equal work here. Sometimes you can kind of see a weak link, or maybe it's just not somebody's game, but I think everybody's just putting in exceptional work right now.
Yeah, you can't pick one member out across either of the two teams. I mean, arguably the only discrepancy is Jez having not a double-digit kill feed so far, and he's only short by 1 himself. Speaking
9
of,
is still really good.
IFP,
What is this
first one to
entire harbor rotate? What is this?
I love it. We love to see it.
Something
Blue
different.
matching the ocean, coming up from the beach, it seems like.
Harbor, one of those least played areas on the entire Bay 5 map.
Maybe it's the
Maybe
Bruce
1,
Lee
2
method,
people go there,
yeah.
but now we got 5 already. No tech with a super long angle with the 9x39, still connects. Not even a headshot, but you know how No Technique is really good with these tight angles, and yet again, that's the 3rd kill! 3rd kill for No Technique, and he's gonna rocket the rest of his team through the last round of the game where they push it to 11-8. Hpl takes it home.
What a first game. 11-8 overtime. Your MVP for the match comes through with Shelby KB2, 15 kills, 9 headshots, and 5 device activations, which is not normally a stat that we speak to at the end of the game when it comes to the MVP, but actually in this one, I'd like to make a crucial point as to how quick that bomb went down on
Yeah.
multiple occasions, not just from the Aquila side, but from Master X as well. Both teams making it essentially critical, sometimes to a fault, even that over trading for bodies to get that bomb on site quickly is a critical standpoint. And shown by Nova,
Mm-hmm.
shown by a couple of others as well in similar situations. If that bomb's down and you have to get someone on to defuse it, even with 2 extra members left alive to try and protect off of it, if that player swings properly and the shots are good and you kill the bomb planter, it doesn't matter.
Both teams still doing super well. You know, I really got to give it to the side of Aquila, who seems like by the answers that were given to me previously behind the scenes that they might not have as much practice time as Master X. Master X is a little bit more, you know, by the books, if you will, by how they practice. And it seems like Aquila just has come out on top, even though that their practice isn't as well as Master X, but still they still come out on top with a 3-round lead. It's still really, really amazing to see with both teams almost equal in power. Even the game beforehand, though, was a 9-0 smash out by Unknown against Eclipse Esports. And at 12:30 p.m. EST, which is very, very soon. In fact, that might have been in the past. We're going to be seeing Vanguard Gaming and New Dawn coming up for our second game, while Aspect and Zenith are going to be battling out behind the scenes while we give you live updates on that game in the chat. So stay tuned, everybody.
Lots to come.
What do you think?
Lots to come. I'm just analysing a couple of little stats in my head. I was having a quick nosy at a couple of bits and bobs. Remember, we are going to Fort next as well. Okay, second map. It's only how long that game's been, folks. We've still got another match from both of these teams to decide this first game. That's how crazy that was. That game went the entire distance.
Yeah,
and you know 11-8 scoreline is huge.
I gotta correct myself. I forgot that I'm on Atlantic time. So I am actually an hour ahead of the schedule. So I'm like, wait, is it 12:30 right now? What's going on right now? Is the game that long? But no, actually, it is coming up in close to an hour. So yeah, 12:30 p.m. EST.
About 45 minutes before the next one's going to rock on. But it gives us more than enough time to take a quick 2-minute break, get ourselves set up for that next match where we're going to be seeing these two teams rocking on into Fort, okay, to fight it out for the deciding of the points. So at this point in time, Keela have essentially advantage, let's call it, okay? They have a guaranteed 1 point and they are fighting for 3. At this moment in time, Master X are currently sitting on the borderline where the best they can get is 1 point by drawing the tie, winning a match piece, or they're walking home without any cookies to go in the jar. And unfortunately, it's whatever you get given by mum for dinner for tonight. Unfortunately, that's the way the game goes. There's a winner, there's a loser. There's people that get to learn things from the experience. So from the Master X side, I think the one thing they're going to be taking from game number 1 is let's definitely not give Aquila any room to breathe, because they are 100% more than ready to take those errors and make them pay.
You got to be ready for Trevi, I think. He's always just lurking. He's always ready, and seems like a one step ahead of anybody on the side of Master X, where they're just kind of running around and they're trying to, you know, find out exactly how they want to play the rest of that round. But as soon as you kind of get 1 or 2 members off, Trevi's ready to pick them off single-handedly, and it's actually quite an exceptional performance to stick to that role and have the rest of his team be so comfortable and trust in him to be able to do that, and you know, put a little bit of pressure off of their backline so they can just go in and push to whatever they need to do. So that's really good. So if anybody is still wondering about events later in the year, of course, we have still so many to go, way more events than any year previously. We have HPL EU also coming in on the March 8th is going to be the very first HPL Europe, pushing over from last year to now. And then we actually have an EU elimination tournament coming up on May 17th. Mark your calendars, everybody, because this is such a jam-packed year. HPL, I guess, two of this year. It's a lot of HPLs have already happened already for EU, but then the third one of the year will be ending on October 11th. Starting on October 11th, ending November 2nd. So everybody mark your calendars for that. This is such an exciting year, and I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy, crazy set of entertainment, folks. All right, we'll put it into context for you. I'll give you some facts and figures. There are going to be 3 NA tournaments this year. There are 5 EU events that have already been teased by the Hunt themselves on X. All right, so the first thing I want you all to do in between the games, if you've got 2 minutes, is go get yourself on the socials. All right, go slam the follow button on Hunt Premier's X. Go check out the Instagrams. Go check out Twitters. All this, the social nonsense that I am terrible at keeping up to date with. And don't forget to be in the Discord here for Hunt Premier. Don't forget to keep in touch with your teams pages, all right? I know Master X have got the Twitter, so on and so forth. Get yourselves into all of these teams pages. Immerse yourself in the community so you can stay up to date with when everybody is playing and what each teams are doing, who's swapping teams, what's going on within the rosters, because that's something that's been happening a lot recently. We spoke about it for this first game, right, Kirk? In between the previous seasons from HPL and this season, even the Master X roster itself's gone through a lot of shuffling, but there's lots going on, folks. And to put it into context for you, all right, we're not going to show you anything. We're not going to disclose anything we shouldn't be, but this is my book of
Okay.
organization of how many events we've got booked in for the year already, okay? That's going all the way through up till
Mine's
October,
digital.
ending towards December, okay? So it is there, all right? There is lots to come, and there is lots and lots of Tarkov to be played, and there's lots of Tarkov to be watched. So you want to be making sure that you are here so you don't miss it. There's giveaways going on throughout the entirety of this HPL. If you guys are not sure what's going on with that, exclamation mark giveaway in the chat will let you know that we are being able to gift away some arena codes thanks to our partners, Battle State Games, helping us bring together this production for you. And a big shout out actually to Battle State Games recently for some of the bits that they've brought us from the spectator perspective, Kirk. I know you've been a big fan, just as much as I have, of the silhouetting, being able to see the models through the walls,
Oh,
the
yeah.
mini-map coming in, the features for the markers on the points and stuff like that. So, folks, Battle State Games are working hard behind the scenes to help bring this game to a level where it is, top-notch quality for you guys to watch as a competitive scene, and they're doing the best at that, and I definitely back that right now, so big fan. Big W to BSG, and thank you for partnering with us for this. Predictions, Kirk. Talk to me after game number 1. You've seen 19 rounds from these 2 teams.
I don't know. I think it was way too close to actually say that one team is better than the other. Fort, I think, plays a lot more differently than Bay 5. There's so much more space to be able to work with on Fort. There's so much space that isn't even used sometimes. So I think that maybe the aggression from AQ will be able to come out a little bit more successfully here, even though it was well on Bay 5. But I don't know. I think this is a whole different map and a whole different play style. So we're going to see how this goes out. Starting off strong on the A side already.
You are absolutely right when it comes to playstyle. This map is an absolute cluster mess if you get into the wrong section, and it can also be an open war field from the long-range fights as well.
There you
Speaking
go,
of which,
Jess.
Shelby going for an over-aggressive spot onto the point to try and get that bomb down. Whilst he's not got full cover, finds himself going down to Jess with a great swing from that box. Nova, however, is watching the rotation through Colt. Exquisite gets nailed in that one. This is... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now, this is what Fort does, okay? You don't really have to commit to any site so long as you can fight your way for control through the rotation. So, for example, Hpl were going to go through mid, decide that given the audio, they've heard all of the Master X members rotate away. They decide to double back and try and take the fight for however members remained on the A site. IFP nails Nova down to reduce the numbers there from the Hpl side, and it's now 2 versus 2 until support arrives.
And they just know, right? I think when you rotate through kitchen, it's just so close to where the defenders are going to be holding, to where you can just give audio callouts all day. If you want to rotate through your spawn, it's going to take too much time for you to be able to get to site and set it up. So they just kind of do a little fake and head back to A site. But yet again, the 4th rotate on towards B. Judicious already there waiting. Bomb goes down, and I think AQ are already set up ready to go.
2 of the most clutch members on this Hpl side, and as I say it, no technique goes down. It's Yuki's. It's only Yuki's, and Jez is on fire. What is that from Jez?
Last game, we saw Jez lower on the scoreboard for the team, but this game, maybe a little bit more comfortable on Fort, putting up 3 kills already. A huge one to start it off onto Shelby, the bomb planter, which I did notice that, they're going for that strat that I think a lot of the EU teams favor as well on A site, where you kind of just throw smokes and just hope that you don't die getting spammed through it while you're planting. I don't still understand the thought process behind it when the audio is so strong in this game when it comes to, you know, locating people's positions, where you can just spam them through the smoke. And so many teams are still opting in for this sort of plant strategy on A.
The one thing that I am seeing in this match specifically is that some of these smokes are going down. That's a ridiculously aggressive swing into Shoreline. Shoreline caught out in the middle of nowhere as Shelby KB2 just finds the angle. Movement purely out on top here. And now they've got to try and work headshot and the angle from Jez. Jez onto the bomb for 1 for 2. Nova and Shelby both folded in the double kill.
Jez 5 kills on the board, 1 for IFP and Shoreline, but Jez, one-man army currently, putting in so much work, single-handedly defending this A site. No tech, good trigger discipline. 3 members are ready to defend this bomb, and I think this is going to be difficult to get away with because you don't have any smokes left.
One could say Jez is built like a fort. IFP falls another member from the Hpl lineup trying to force the way in onto A. Exquisite finds Trevi on the exit, and, well, short of Yuki's nailing him with a headshot, it's going to be all but done and said for. Fight inside a Colt. Yuki's gets the gun up in time, but doesn't get a chance to challenge as the member runs away. Doubles back again. We're playing Ring Around the Rosie beside which point we're going to, and it's, of course, our last man defending that site in the corner, Jez, backed up by IFP. IFP's going to kill Yuki's, and that's going to end the round for Master X.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect, right? Like, Jess can just do all that work, and it puts so much pressure. It takes so much pressure off the rest of the team to be able to clean up the rest of the members of AQ. And, you know, there's really not much work to do after Jess just kind of takes him downtown, if you will.
I'd love to see the Aquila lineup nade this box. It is 100% nadeable. It is 100% a lineup that a lot of people are familiar with. I want to see whether they're throwing this grenade or whether Jez is outplaying it. He's waiting. He's waiting. IFP crosses.
Talking about the cross
still.
map.
Yeah, he's outplaying it. Right there. That nade that went off front left in front of him. Jez is outplaying the nade. So they are nading this box. So they know he's here. Jez is just playing it smarter right now. And he's going to pre-fire the cross. Jez's timing is insane. His game awareness right now is on fire, honestly.
Look how many members they send towards A site to defend it. Usually the B site is where most of the defenders kind of hang out. Previously, if we
look at the
wanna
jump
go
for the
off
peak,
of
the
no
boost
way.
over the box, and IFP is up high in the sky. How many can he get from this? He sprays over the bottom. That's going to get positioned away. 2
They're
boosts
both
don't
did it.
find any success either. You want to be careful. You do 2 of the same thing, and it's going to get a bit predictable. It's going to drop off now.
What
This
did they
is where it
know?
gets hard.
The smoke was up, so they didn't see them. They might be able to pull it off again.
And look, Kirk,
Yuki's
15
so
seconds
close.
has been wasted trying to pull off something a little bit out of the ordinary, maybe overcooking it a little bit. One goes down, no tech's holding the angle. Keep it simple. No tech for 2. We know he's going to do these tight angle things.
Shoreline
He's getting
doesn't
caught in the
know.
middle, but Yuki's has got his cover. Judicious has one for Yuki's, and it's going to be an Aquila round short of a miracle from Exquisite and Judicious. Shelby's no idea. He doesn't know.
Exquisite! Nova, last one alive. It's technically a 1v1. You got to push right now while somebody's defusing. Oh, and Exquisite gets the audio cue. Nova goes down as a pre-fire from Exquisite's SR3 decimates the head. And look at that. So much proud, so much happiness coming from that, from the 2 members of MX. That they actually finally got to play with a bomb already down onto the A site this time. So I'm surprised they got the bomb down to begin with. That boost strategy looked really strong, but I don't think they had the audio cue. Maybe from the smokes being plumed. It is quite loud, so it could have, you know, hidden that sound.
How does that go so wrong right there? It was all lined up for perfection. No technique for 2. He's caught in the reload. Yuki trades his kill on the reload. And then just Exquisite things, and we're going to talk about it as it happens again on screen. Might as well call it... Wow, okay, never mind. Yuki drops the nade from the sky. I don't even know how they got there. Wow. I'm so lost. This is great. I
Look at
absolutely
this.
love all
Oh,
of this.
no. Yuki has no clue.
Thanks-
But the backs
Oh.
are turned. Oh, IFP's just too clean with it. He's too quick, and he's too good with those headshots. He's performed so well on Bay 5. Headshot after headshot in clutch situations. Yet again, pulls it off. Trevi, the king by himself. Getting real loud, though. I think everybody knows his position at this point. 0 kills.
Now this is interesting. He has this, and he's up through vault, and he's out. Okay, somehow Trevi actually has made himself some space.
He got away with it. How did he do that?
He's gone. No, he's gone. If he goes, he's gone. He's full gone, and he's going to get a plant off. He's made himself enough room. Right. Okay. Trevi wins the round 1v3. This is how
Yeah.
crazy this game has gone. It's done. They're lost. It's 10 seconds before they're even here.
Yeah.
How has he thrown it so hard the other way?
I think if MX has any utility left, I think it might secure the round.
Audio in a second.
But if they don't have any utility, Trevi can definitely win this straight up through kind of gunfights if he wants to isolate 1v1s.
Does pick up the first. IFP did all he needed to do and get the information. Now he's just going to cover the defuse. He's on the bomb. Trevi gets pulled as soon as he steps out because Jez is holding it. Good play from Jez.
Jez is a whole different player this game.
Map choice. Big thing. Certain players definitely enjoy certain maps more than others. And certain weapons, I think, play better on certain maps than others do. And obviously, if that weapon is a tendency for the player holding it, similar scenario, right?
Yeah. You know, I really didn't expect MX to come out so strong already on a map like Fort, where sometimes slow and steady is the one that wins the race on a map like this, where Bay 5 kind of can favor a little bit more of a 5-man push sometimes, but MX already judicious on the board. Taking down Yuki's, and No Tech falls close behind. Shelby grabs one.
Can't lie, though. They got Delta Blow in map 1. It's no surprise that Master X have risen up with fire in their hearts, ready to come. Oh, okay, IFP does finally, for the first time, get caught in a 1 versus 1 with Nova on Fort. Nova been struggling a little bit on this map so far. Bomb does go down. Shoreline's pincered behind a teammate and a friend. Yep.
This is the time for Jess to clutch up. If anybody can do it, definitely Jess. Trevi, though, putting pressure on the back. Jess gets one.
Oh.
In the smoke. Does Nova know? Shelby's close by. Right in the middle of sight. This is the perfect time to double swing. Nova cleans it up from the back end of Spiral, and it's going to end the round with AQ with their first round win on Fort.
Yeah, just in between the rounds, somebody sent Judicious some Savalon. Guy got ripped trying to come through from spawn to get access onto the point to come and help by Nova from the left-hand side.
So, that nade box on A, I am aware of the lineup, but it was before the 0.5 seconds got taken away from the fuse timer from the V40. Is this new place that you have to line it up a lot closer? Or is there a way around the old way?
You can throw it the same place. It's exactly the same place. The difference is it doesn't roll as fast. So where before you would have it landed, it would roll into the corner and maybe a little bit closer to the box. Now it kind of goes off as soon as it hits the floor. It's almost kind of better for this. But it's not a spawn nade. Does that make sense?
What
right?
is going
it's
on all of a sudden?
Nade, so.
Aquila! Maybe they got bit by a radioactive spider and they now have spidey senses and they're tingling, I'll tell you that.
I like it. 2 versus 5 is not going to be a good time for the Master X guys, but it is judicious and exquisite. Moment of calm as No Technique puts one down. Like swatting flies, there goes the second, and the Aquila lineup make it look easy in round number 6. A drastic turn of events, given the first 4 rounds were absolutely slaughtered by the Master X side. I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't even know what to tell you there. They're just a whole different team.
Have they read the book? Did somebody in Aquila just grab them for a second and like shake them and be like, guys, we practiced this. Why are we doing it backwards? Like, take your headset off and turn it around. Turn your monitors on. Suddenly, the Aquila lineup have found the solution, the cryptic key to the Da Vinci Code that is the Master X side on Fort. How long does the key work for, though? Is it a 2-use key, Kirk, or is this a 24-use key?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
Are they going on a
2
quest?
for 1, 2
Oh.
for 2. Plaid stripes. 3 for 2 is some great work out. Shoreline finds the bomb. Exquisite actually gets that one. Nova finds Shoreline to shut down, though, and it's Nova versus 2. Suddenly, we went from loads of players to no players all at the same time.
I don't know if Shoreline got a call out there or if he heard him, but, you know, the Vulcan just puts your hearing down so much. I'm surprised he even knew. Nova's getting a little bit aggressive for being the last one alive. Bomb is down, however, and to force 1v1s is a situation you got to do right now.
I guess he doesn't want to be peeking into this because as soon as one goes on the bomb, the other one gets ready for it. It's covered off, and there's nothing he can do. Claudio's going to give him away. Rough left-hand swing for Exquisite. If he's going around here, Nova finds that one. That's one of. He's going on the bomb. He's not heard it because he covered it with a gun. But he did fake it. Nova wasn't even peeking him. Judicious might have been able to get at, but he gets it. He gets it. He had it if he'd have committed.
Nova's so excited.
Oh, Judicious. I'm pretty sure the gunfight from the audio, Kirk, would have covered the bomb sound, so you'd have been able to over the defuse time. Oh, no.
It happens.
It does. I mean, how are you meant to read that? You'd have to have some, like, sick ninth sense to be able to read that kind of, you know, that's, yeah, in the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nova putting in a lot of work right now for somebody who's actually on the reserve lineup for Hpl Na. House currently being sat out, Nova taking the place.
No tech with the nade onto Jez as he finds him, actually, this time. That's going to give access onto this A site real quickly. Oh, that's a great set of shots as Trevi and Nova both get one apiece each. Where is Master X? Shoreline's gone down as well. Hpl Na have found the recipe to success, it seems, and there's only Judicious left alive to do anything about it.
I can't even tell what they're doing differently either. It seems like a pretty standard A push, like just as MX kind of was going for as well.
Wow.
I don't even know what to tell you.
Master X, knees weak. Responsibility is heavy. Can't lose on Bay 5. Fort now unsteady. I'm feeling a bit pain. I'm not going to lie. This Master X lineup is going through a phase. I mean, the alternative is, Kirk, are we going 4 apiece and then the Master X lineup are going to shake their heads now and suddenly it's going to go back the other way for another 4?
I mean, if we're going to go off of anything, the only thing we can really go off is this last game on Bay 5 where it did end up going to overtime, where it didn't last too much longer after that, but I don't think it started necessarily the same way.
But we have
MX,
swap sides now.
Yeah, it is very true, and this could turn the tides drastically. Exquisite putting down Trevi, who opted in to get really aggressive there. Usually not something he's been doing so far.
Now, this is crucial. I like this. 3 members strong from the Master X side inside of the middle chamber. That middle control, again, something you look towards, especially if you want B-site access. I've looked fade to A. Nova finds a pick off the shoreline with a headshot. IFP takes no technique out of Vinny. Yuki's for one onto Jez. Oh, my IFP!
Okay. I mean, you can't react to that in time. Like, that just happens sometimes, Nova, all right? It's not your fault. Yuki's the last one. Behind, though, and I don't think they're aware of Yuki's position, sorry.
I hope IFP
you get one and then push in to get another one.
It's the way he's swinging like that. He's coming out with some speed. The bomb's going to go down with 3 strong Yukis. He's going to catch Judicious with a nade in his hand.
So good. IFP, though, super low on health, so Yuki's has every opportunity to force 1v1s here. IFP only needs maybe a thorax shot or 2 to get finished off. 30 seconds left on the clock, and both members split up. It's going to be tough.
IFP's just not going to swing. This is the thing, though. He's just not going to move. And the second Yuki's close, yeah, there we go. And he's out. Yuki's has just been left on a run rabbit run chase, unfortunately. Oh, he actually quick frames the movement. 12?
6 bullets. I don't think he knew exactly where he got shot from there.
Don't fake. Pros don't fake. He forces him to challenge. Okay, well played from both people.
No, I think both teams actually play really well there, especially the splitting up of the 2 members left for MX there, where you know, you kill one, you expect the other one to be kind of close, ready to support him, but you waste all this time kind of looking for him, and then you realize that there's no time left to defuse, and there's still so much pressure put on the bomb from that last member. So both did really good there. I think maybe Yuki's could have been a little bit more aggressive at the start to save some time near the end, but it's tough in those situations, right? Sometimes the pressure just gets to you.
Back and forth from both members, and just a crazy amount of shots will make it work. Good read as he follows them out. IFP getting caught in the rotation after some slick moves, but ends out the same either way. Master X do take a round back. What if Aquila got into an A attack from the Master X side? Because Master X here on this A site were basically unbeatable for the first half of the game. One down, Yuki's out of the corner. IFP and Jez 1 piece each back in return. Yuki's traded, Nova down. 2 for 3 on entry, and the bomb goes down.
AQ somehow getting away with that, even though they had one exposed on site. And IFP, what is his position right now? Shelby is just way too concerned about Long that he can't focus on the bomb. And there he is.
Why?
That's that timing. Spend 20 minutes looking in one angle. The second you look away is when you get domed from the same place.
That's why
We've
the
all
A
been
site
there.
is extremely hard to attack, is because if you smoke over to the right place and you smoke it into the side of the site where it covers off, headshot into that corner box, and then you put a nice aggressive smoke out towards the 90 angle, it's just too hard to step up and challenge because you're stepping out of cover so far to get through the smoke that you are so overextended. If you don't win your gunfight into 1 or 2 people, you're most likely just giving your life for nothing. So the Master X side right now making a great job.
No tech yet again. He's just so clean. Tight angles, quick shots has resulted yet again in such a nice kill and a huge one in that of Shoreline.
And then he drops a love nug on somebody. Paintball, pinball, pain grenade, dropping out of the pocket of No-Tech. That's 2. Trevi for a 3rd. I was nearly, honestly, just turned inside out by the first shot. How disgusting that was from the hip fire. IFP does find a response into Shelby, though. What did I just watch? It's a no technique masterpiece. That's the 3rd. Jez is the last left alive for the side of Master X, and at this point, he's in a tough spot. Wait a minute.
I wonder if No Technique's name kind of applies to how he's playing. Do you think he's just playing straight out of mechanics and pure skill, or the technique of, you know, teamwork and strategies? I think he really has no technique. It's really just straight skill.
I think that's kind of the irony in the name, is what's actually really scary about this Hpl member as a whole, is that although the name says no technique, he's not just cracked aim, he's also exceptional technique too. Like, this is a whole package player that has a very good all-round performance and shows up on the majority of days too. Like, I've not, since knowing no technique, seen 2 inconsistency or having such a long stretch of bad games. Does that make sense? Like, the mentality always comes back around. It gets pulled out of the dirt when it's not a couple of games in a row that are successful. So yeah, an absolute benefit to the Hpl side is no technique, and you know, part of the reason why this team will be doing so well, 1/5 of the reason why they are a stellar team, one to be looking forward to supporting in the HPL in NA. The Master X side also equivalently just as strong and dominant. Those are a couple of people in the chat saying, who is Jez? Well, if you don't know who this player is, then you just want to watch the rest of the season for the HPL NA, because he's already popping off in the first day, and there's 4 more days of it too. That's an unfortunate smoke.
It's all right. A little bonk. Hey, it's actually going to stop the rotate from putting aggression into kitchen there. As we can see, somebody is going to be jumping down hole very soon. Put pressure onto Master X. Nade from no technique yet again. Just put Shoreline down. I think Shoreline's menace might be no technique this game. IFP on site with the teammate. Bomb is going down, but with 3 members alive, it seems like IFP's going to be forced into a 1v1 here. But just the read onto Shelby.
That M4 that people have been deterring away from, well, still seeming to do work in the hands of IFP. Now the last person left alive, though, Trevi and Nova. Slowly close the net in on IFP. IFP's trying to slip the net. And he goes towards kitchen, down on the floor. Nova doesn't read the low prone angle, and because of that, the gun's in the way of the site. It's Trevi in the 1v. It's IFP versus Trevi, and you know full well that this is exactly where IFP wants to be, because round and round we go, round the outside.
Who's on the Trimodal? Who's on the SJ6? That's the winner of this round.
He's got it. He's fully done. 3 more seconds, and he's burnt enough time too. Oh, he finds it, Trevi! 10, 9. Yeah, he's got it. He's gold.
Stimulants
Duracell battery is not long enough, I guess.
Yeah, stimulants are so big in Arena. If you play Arena and you are running around with IFAKs, painkillers, splints, you know, AI2s, you need to get yourselves some stims, and because they can easily put you much above the person that you're facing in terms of, it can boost your strength 20 levels, it can boost your endurance, it can give you stamina regen, ETGs for insanely fast health regen. They turn the tides of gunfights so fast that they're so strong, and it is probably a good thing that they do cost a lot of MP to grab.
That is absolutely gross. I'm seeing insane plays from both sides. Jez has popped off, Tech's popped off, Trevi's had his moment of absolute outstanding play, even though he's been ran around ragged. The thing in that battle there, never mind, we're going to wait to talk about that as IFP drops a bomb onto Nova, and here comes Bomb and Swad. Yuki's 1-for-1 down the lane from 90 to guard, and Judicious trading that back.
Both teams currently even. Health advantage for AQ. No tech yet again on this crazy angle that they just don't expect. And Jess is still looking around. Finally actually catches him out. No technique, though, with just barely. That suppressor's not going around the corner, I think. So Jess is going to back off and link up with a teammate.
Such an odd scenario. Switching lines comes through. Jez finds a great swing into Shelby KB2. There's just no technique left alive in a 1 versus 2. Inside door frame. Ammo's going to be a thing soon as well. Doesn't find the kill, but gets good damage down onto Shoreline. Again, Shoreline's going outside. No technique, looks to move to try and isolate. Jez is just playing his life inside a kitchen. Shoreline kites him in to try and close it and kills him on his own anyway without the help.
No technique actually opting in for no suppressor there. When he was on E-Box laying down on that right side, I think that actually allowed him to get away with that 1 kill and not get traded out by Jess. Because Jess looked in that direction and saw nothing. And I think with that suppressor on the SR3, it would have stuck his gun out around the corner a little bit. And I think Jess would have caught that. But wow, it's actually crazy that, a gun that is so commonly suppressed finally works out when it's not.
7-6. And yet again, we are neck deep in a super close game. Trevi finds the opener onto Judicious. This time some mid control goes forward for Jet. Trevi finds 2 before Shoreline shuts him down.
If we're going to go off of any patterns or statistics from before, then that means that MX should win this round because no team has won 1 round and then not won another one straight after.
Okay.
It was 4-4, and then it went 2-2.
Yep.
And then MX is currently on their 3rd, actually. Trade out. Shelby grabs 1, and then it gets finished by Jess.
Unless this is the decreasing slider and we're going to 1 apiece. We went 4 apiece, 2 apiece, 1 apiece, and then we're going to reset again. Speaking of resetting, Jez has decided he wants to reset the fights he's going to have to try and take, bearing in mind last alive with the bomb on the back and lots to do. I do like this loop through short, back out through long, all the way to spawn and going round to the B site, because that's going to give bomb access. I don't know if he's going the long range, he's going to give it enough time. Mid meets him now. He has to fight the first. Yuki's went for ramp. He's just trying to challenge and cut one off. Finds the kill onto Nova, that's big, doesn't get the kill. Now time's a wasting. Has to plant. 3, 2, bomb is down. Gun is up. First kill's huge. Swings for the second, and Yuki's is better for the second kill. Almost Jez making magic moves, but doesn't quite find the second kill.
It was so possible. It was so possible to win there because Yuki's finished Jess off with Thorax. Or if Jess just got that gun up a little bit earlier and grabbed a quick headshot, I think that was so possible right now. Back to 7-7, equal scoreboard. And I got to give a huge shout out to Winter from Team Eclipse, who is sending me the live up-to-date scoreboards in the background. We have a 6-9 defeat for the team of Eclipse. So if you're an unknown fan, you're going to be very happy to know that they just won 2-0 against Eclipse Esports. So shout out Winter for that information.
Yeah, 3 points on the board for unknown. A 9-0-9-6, which is a huge set of scorelines for the wins. Tolos's round score difference, which may come into play later on down the line. But all in all, also a very dominant, commanding victory from the unknown team in their first game of the season. Underarm grenade up and out towards headshot. Nobody home. Yuki's in a very aggressive position, actually. ISP's free fire in the right direction. He finds him. Nobody in headshot.
Still one long and he doesn't know.
Oh, good positioning from Nova, actually. That finds him, Kirk.
Both teams still equal. Seems whenever one goes down, another one goes down quickly soon after. Jess, though, finally puts it on the side for MX. 2 members left of AQ, left alive, and they're nowhere close to each other, so they need to back up and grab these long-range angles, and Nova does just that, but Shoreline takes Trevi, so it's all up to Nova right now. 16 kills currently. The reserve, the monster himself, maybe needs to be put on the main roster if he can pull this one off.
I don't know about reserve at 16 and 9 with kills. Shoreline's going to find him running through the kitchens, though. 8-7. Master X this time get a chance with match point at the death of the map. Can Master X do one better than Hpl and finish this one here? Or are we going to our second overtime?
Gonna be exciting to see. Second overtime, 1 round away if Hpl takes this. What do you think of Shoreline's 100-round mag with M855? Do you think that could kind of cause a problem sometimes with the lack of penetration, or do you think the sheer volume of ammunition is going to be able to make up for that?
This smoke is gross. This is what I was just waiting for this to plume out. Look at how much space this takes up. Headshot's covered, you're forced to stand in the boxes to peek in a very dangerous spot in the kitchen there, and you can get shot through the top of those cardboard boxes too if you're not careful. Back and forth we go. Hpl do not realize how much control they have over this site here due to the one remaining member of Jez. That is Jez of Master X, just causing absolute distractions. IFP finds no technique on the rotation, then gets back out to spawn, trying to challenge into Nova. Jez finds Shelby. Nova and Yuki's the last 2 left alive into all 5 members of the Master X squad. What a play. Big switcheroo. No way. No way. Yeah, there's no way. Come on, Nova. You don't get it that free. Yuki's going to step out, and his back is exposed from Donut, and that is a flawless round out of the Master X side.
Yeah, you know what? I think you got to give it to Jess on that round, right? Single-handedly keeping 4 members of Hpl busy while the rest of the team members go to the other site and get that plant down. And yet again, we saw that Nova was caught out in the back of his own spawn just almost instantly, right? They heard that bomb go down. They're like, all right, we got to rotate right now. Getting caught out in sort of a strange spot that you wouldn't normally expect, and putting even more pressure to allow that bomb to go down. And with every single member split up, it was just kind of impossible to win that one. So a huge, awesome play right there at the end for Master X, who claimed that round win and the game win on 4. But Hpl come out on top on Bay 5, 1 point apiece.
Looking at it after seeing the first game and seeing both matches now, I think Hpl will be very happy to have taken the first match off of Master X. I think they will feel very rough that they didn't take the second map off of them. I actually think that both teams deserved the map they won. I do think Hpl played better in map number 1, and I do think Master X played better in map 2. We talk about the nade from Jez that he's dodging on the A site early on in Fort, okay? The fact that the read is there, that I don't think Jez gave his life up to that nade once at the beginning of that game. I didn't see him die to that nade until really, really later on when it was saved for really deep into the round when they know they were going to get the kill from him being there. And he'd already gained a kill, so he'd already essentially traded his worth, even dying to that grenade at that point in time. So good work out of the Master X side, really on Fort on defending side to start off with that 4-0 victory. Because I think without those 4 rounds, there's an argument that Hpl could have run away with Fort too. So, I don't know. That's a really good first match to see.
Yeah, I think Aquila perhaps just needed a little bit of warm up. I think Master X played exceptionally well at the start of both games and then kind of fell off as not necessarily fell off, but I think Aquila more or less got their ground and they used that to push towards their victory once I got a little bit warmed up. But if you are an Aquila fan, unfortunately, that is the only game that they are going to be playing today. But if you are a Master X fan, stay tuned for the last game of the day, 2 p.m. EST, where Master X will be taking on Unknown, who have actually demolished Eclipse Esports so far in game one that just happened. They just won 9-6 against Eclipse Esports. So it is going to be the game that's played off stream, but stay up to date in chat and pay attention to the comms that we will give to give you live updates if you're a Master X fan. So with that being said, 12:30 p.m. EST is when our two sets of games are going to be coming up next. Aspect versus Zenith going to be the game off stream, while Vanguard Gaming versus New Dawn coming up next. So I know Vanguard Gaming is a huge community actually and has a lot of fans that have been waiting for something like this, and I was kind of speaking to some of them last night and they're really awesome people. So we're gonna have an awesome time coming up next as we head to a short break. So don't go anywhere. Grab your popcorn, hit the bathroom, whatever you got to do, because we'll be back soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I hope you are all refreshed, revitalized, and have got those all important seatbelts to lock in, because if game one was anything to go by, over 2 maps and more than 35 rounds played in total, then we are going to be here for a minute, and it's going to be exceptional the whole way. Second set of matches are coming up just shortly, and before we quickly dive into that, a little reminder in the chat, there is an EFT Arena standard key going up for grabs at the moment, !HPL in the chat to get your hands on that. Now, Kirk, the schedule, what's happening next?
Next at 12:30 EST, we have Vanguard Gaming versus New Dawn, going to be the game that is live on stream. Aspect and Zenith going to be going in the background as we give live updates currently in chat and through casters. We will be making sure to give you updates on that as well. So, second last game of the day, though, will be Unknown versus Master X currently on live, and then Aspect and Eclipse. So, unfortunately, if you're an Aspect fan, we're not going to be seeing them today. But, of course, this tournament is set up so every single team gets equal amount of camera time. So, just because day one may not be Aspects, it could be very well day two. We could see them twice. So, make sure you stay tuned if you're an Aspect fan. And I did make a mistake earlier. I said Unknown would not be shown on stream for the last game, but it is actually Unknown versus Master X, while Aspect and Eclipse are the two that are going to be not on stream. So, lineups here. Vanguard Gaming, quite a roster that, or not a roster, sorry, but a community rather, that has a lot of members, and I think that with these roster picks, they got to be good, right? Because they have so many people in that community. Could you imagine the amount of people that they get to pick from? They're probably so skilled and have so much experience behind their belt.
Both teams are stacked in these two, in my mind, personally. Blake Dahlia, Box, Clutch, Scratch Killer, Snappy Dragon. With a substitute of Out Here Boppin', like all 6 of them, agreeably, yes, community titans for sure. But if you go out into the ranked queues on a daily basis and you play across European and American servers to find matches, just like we all do when the matches are a bit thin, you'll run into these guys. And they are a tough match every single time because they are exceptionally skilled players. Many a time that I am swearing blind under my breath at Clutch or Scratch, doing just unthinkable things with a full auto weapon in close quarters battles, or having the sniper duels on the AXMCs with the likes of Blake Dahlia, who is one of those sharpshooters to watch out for in this. Then you flip your roster over to New Dawn. You've got Slaughter, Sprition, all right, which we're going to be calling Sprit for the purposes of the season, folks. That's what they've requested, is Sprit. Scooter, Scooby, and Steezy. All right, Scooby, a little fun fact, a massive DMR fan. Loving the TX15s, that kind of gameplay, probably touted to be one of his region's best DMR players in general. Genuinely some of the sickest aim I've seen on that style of rifle, so big fan to watch some Scooby. There's a lot of fans for Scooter in the chat, I know for sure. Recently dropped by a lot of Scooter screams, always having some good vibes, always got the the Tangier, the Lumia rewards and redemptions on, so more than willing to play under the influence of unable to see distractions, so we say, full screen coverage and whatnot. It's a great squad of damaging players in the main 5, and then you look to the substitutes, and you've got 2 BPS, which is asking to be known as BP, and Pug, who are also dominant players as well. So both teams, Kirk, I would say, stonkers in the teams. And then we've got Bay 5 from Vanguard and Bowl from New Dawn for the maps.
Yeah, Bay 5 and Bowl. Did see Bay 5 last time on the very first map. But Bowl, brand new for today. Last time I spoke to the Vanguard people, they said that their team is very old in terms of sort of the organization, but their whole stack is still fairly new together. So we're going to see how quickly that they were able to pull everything together with practices, and how well that they're able to communicate and have, that chemistry together. They also say that they're very mechanically solid players, so when they practice, they usually focus on strategies. So we're going to see what sort of back pocket, special strats that they may be able to pull out and surprise us all here today.
Yep, congratulations.
I wasn't able to get any word from New Dawn. Definitely coming soon. But New Dawn, by the way that you explained them, and by the way that you find them in solo queue, I would imagine that they're nothing to scoff at.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure we can reach out to New Dawn. I'll be looking at you guys, New Dawn, in the chat. I'll be reaching out to you in the future. We'll get some quotes from you guys as to how the team's going on. And if any of you teams out there are interested in giving us any information for us to talk about for you guys behind the scenes, any little bits of color to help the guys at home in the chat, you know, that want to understand you guys, the team better or as players better, let us know. My DMs and Discord are always open. Kirk's doing a phenomenal job with the document putting together for us so that we've got a category, guys, a library, an index of information, of wealthful knowledge, okay, about all of these amazing teams and what background goes into what makes them work and tick. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We gave you game number 1. Now it's game number 2, Electric Boogaloo. But this time, it's New Dawn versus Vanguard. We're back on Bay 5. New Dawn on the defense and Vanguard on the attack. GG's to Step Shirt, totally rigged on the arena key, by the way. Just saying.
No way, he won that?
Yeah, Sharpie got the... Oh,
All
Scratch
right.
Killer got a nade onto Slaughter. Speaking of Slaughter, finds himself his own namesake as the first blood for the round. Full name is Slaughter on arrival. I guess he just arrived. Oh, the nade coming back for Scratch Killer, himself finding a similar form of deja vu and retribution. This time, Scratch manages to dip away. Pug finds the first kill onto Clutch from the alley, showing that Pug is going to be starting on the main roster for New Dawn today instead of on the bench. Scooby goes down to Scratch Killer. Scratch.
Vanguard Gaming, I can tell right now that they're being so careful. They're not pushing any further than they need to. They get one, they back out, they reassure what they need to do, and then they execute yet again. They don't just get one and then, you know, kind of full blind rush in. They're really set up right here. But Blake was actually in a really good position to catch Sprit off guard, but I think Sprit's reaction time is the one that was more powerful in that situation. Bomb goes down, 2 seconds, and Sprit's already putting pressure into that B
Easy
site.
doesn't find one on the rotation. Pug's here to try and support because Boppin's in the middle and Pop. Oh, he is out here bopping. The Pug goes down. Brit doesn't find shots enough to convert on site as well. All 3 members on the Vanguard lineup seem to have an invisible barrier on the health bar at the 3/4 mark. Scratch finds one onto Steezy, shots onto Box, and the reload goes out. Box with the nifty moves, the left, the right, sees him on the floor, but gets killed by teammates. No! What do you mean? Oh, Scratch finally finds the guy on the floor, but for a second, Sprit did some dirty business onto his teammate. Oh, no.
Do you think that was... There's no way that was planned, right? There's
Yeah.
no chance he laid down to like, I'm going to pretend like I'm a dead body.
I mean, you gotta. There's got to be the thought in that is surely right. Just pray. Just go down and pray. Hope, and pray that it is gold dust, right?
Yeah.
Surely.
That is crazy. Wild turn of events sometimes that can happen. I've saw in a couple solo queue games where someone just lays down on site, pretends to be a dead body, does that alt Q animation, and then just kills everybody to go. That is gonna go defuse the bomb, and it actually works out. Round 2, New Dawn looking for their first round win. Vanguard already up 1 and tight angles. You're not no technique here, so I don't know if you can pull this one off. It's easy starting off. On to Blake Dahlia, the IGL.
Defensive position from the alleys really taking its time to do. Quite like the... Ooh, Box finding the rotation from Steezy though from behind. It's a good pick from Vanguard. Clutch then finds Pug in that alley position we were talking about that's playing so slowly, so well. Sprit goes down to Scratch and 3 quick kills for the red side. See Vanguard opening up the A side. Clutch finds Slaughter but goes down. Scooby returns the trade Box for the bomb onto point. Where is Scooby? Front door. Oh, it's a tough spot here.
Ready to pop up at any second, though, is what Box is ready to do to support his teammate Scratch Killa. And here we go through the office area. Scooby finds his demise as Vanguard Gaming grabs their second round of the game. But I gotta say, where's the M4s? There's HKs. There's Spears. There's SR3s. The meta has finally shifted, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know about that. I think everybody just likes to play on their comfort picks at this moment in time. Definitely both teams going to weapons which they feel most suited to their own playstyle. See some AP bullets there in the MCX. You've got BP on your Mutant here down the middle lane. This is really aggressive out of Steezy. He's going to find him as well. Blake not ready for the aggressive push out of Steezy, and there's 2 actually. Oh, Scratch Killer finds Sprit, not watching the right-hand side as Slant gets the kill. Steezy then has to back out. Almost flawless execution. If Steezy finds that headshot before Sprit gets taken out by Scratch there, that looks a lot scarier.
Yeah, and that easily could have lined up to grab a double.
Oh, he knows. Look, here you go. Here's that angle that Steezy's looking through. Just there, right there, just between the two, and you can get the shots. He's a bit late on the timing. There you go, Kirk. Learning in live action.
Yep, I need that. That sounds like a pretty good one.
Slaughter's holding windows here, but this smoke is going to do a lot to distract. Steezy's in the best position in the world for info, though. Steezy's just going to be shouting, up, 3 on Tetris, 3 on Tetris.
This is a tough
Popping
spot,
out
though,
the
because he
cross.
has to run back. Yeah,
That's
see,
well
he pushed up
played.
a little bit too far, and now he has no room to push back. He has no cover.
Not only that, but instead of Boppin just ego swinging it, he confirms the player's location, then leaves it for Scratch to re-swing, right? Boppin jumps across, then expects him to re-swing from the opposite side. Scratch swings from the same side, and it's almost a free kill.
That's what's going to work. Teamwork. Boppin. I think in a similar position where he was at before, but one of the members just had way too quick reaction time to be able to take him down. But let's see if he can get it this time. Pug with the Vulcan. Is the FMJ going to pen it? It is. Slaughter's ready to round the corner to trade him out, but somehow he still survives with a 25% HP left.
And I had all the faith in the world in the flank that was going around from New Dawn as Scooby was making his way all the way around Harbour to try and come out the side of Forklift from the odd angle, and it didn't quite work out. Vanguard member watching Forklift, watching that back door, stays there, disciplined the whole time, and Vanguard find themselves 3-0 up.
Vanguard Gaming, previous achievements claiming that they came third in their last tournament that they played in.
It's interesting to see the Vanguard side doing so well into the New Dawn squad. Oh, 2 quick kills as Pug and Scooby pick up one apiece.
Double heavy bleed, though. Gotta do something about that.
A little nugget of side information for you as well, Kirk. A nod to the OPTR guys who have played a couple of scrims against the New Dawn squad, say an exceptionally strong team, one to watch out for, very dedicated and highly respected, a set of huge monsters, got great team energy. So good to hear that both teams were on board with today in this tie. Shown themselves many a time before, been practicing hard as well in the scrims. Scratch is going to find one onto Scooby.
Shots ringing out all across the map, but nobody's yet to fall. It's finally starting off as Blake goes down and Pug gets into a little bit of the action too as Boppin falls at the hands of him. Scratch, last one alive, currently the one with the highest kills on the board throughout the whole game. Short barrel HK.
This point in time in the 1 versus 4, other than the argument that it might not help you try and win, Scratch not died yet. Now he's going to fall over to Slaughter, though, who is having a nice little rest on the tom-tom.
Tough spot.
Yep.
You walk in there, people like to hide in those corners. Never
You
usually
can't blame
expect someone laying down right in the middle.
3/4 of his body was missing. He was a leg and arm in the middle, so I at this point in time, I could understand Slaughter taking a rest. Definitely need to have a few more limbs to be walking consistently, I think, out of there.
Yeah.
The one point from the New Dawn side I've seen success with so far, if Pug is playing on this A site alley, and the initial gunfight is won by Pug, then the space that they're denying from Vanguard is opening up for 2 or 3 follow-up kills. So the real crucial sort of play to this A approach is, does Pug win the 1v2? There's first. Out here, Boppin goes down. Can Clutch find the return? Clutch is good shots, and Clutch does find the return. So Pug gets stifed out for just 1 apiece. Blake Dahlia finds a kill onto Steezy. That's a big one as well. Blake not been having the greatest of fights against Steezy in that middle lane as well. Scratch takes out Scooby. This round's going completely on its head this time.
Yeah, Slaughter getting punished from 2 separate angles, and Box finally finishes him off through the wall. Sprit, last one alive, with only 25 round mags, grabs one and is fully able to reload here. Bomb does go down, so that's going to force at least 3 members on you at all times.
15 seconds a player to kill and to get the bomb defused at this moment in time. Now down to less. Got to be thinking this through in your head at this moment in time. How do you 1v3? 30 seconds, 10 a player left. Where do I find my isolation? Sprit's going to try and swing inside, outside. And the two from the front door, one on point together. Get good shots down. Blake Dahlia finds the headshot. It's tough there. It's tough.
Yeah, it is tough.
Sprit's got everything against him, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think he would have had more of a chance there. AP is what actually finished him off, 300 black at AP, something that is usually not run too much considering the high MP cost. CBJ is usually a little bit more favored. So he did actually have the Hpl, I believe it's called, the slap plate for the Cayman there. So it was definitely very possible for him to bounce that round if it was anything less than AP. But unfortunately getting caught out with some high tier ammo right there and instantly down in the head. Cayman is not enough to stop it. There it is, that AP again. It just shreds. It's such a big bullet.
Yep. 1000%. And it's something that I always find a bit of familiarity to. You know, when you go back arena wipes and you go back to leveling through your weapons again and some things just don't feel the same. Well, Blake Dahlia showing us that the MCX, Scooby joining in for it is just worth the two. Scooby for one of their own. Scratch for a bomb onto Pug. That's not the football you'd like to play with your dog.
B-site going to be taken currently. Last two members of New Dawn still worried about A. Still think somebody's lurking around. But Blake, like, check this out. He's always ready for this rotate, always trying to grab some sort of off angle to catch one of them out before they make that final push. And they know it. Slaughter is so scared to push past this corner right now. He knows somebody is ready for him. Scooby is about to get some information. Who's going to win this fight? Because that's going to be all up to Scooby, who actually finishes it off it very closely by the hair on his knees as Scratch gets away. Was so close to be able to support his teammate there. Scooby, though.
Oh my, Scratch
last
for
one alive.
Slaughter. Oh my word.
Low thorax health. Forced to make a reload. In
Connector
way
comes
too
through.
tough a position.
Yep. I mean, the comment in chat, Kirk, is that Scratch is currently playing the Thanos right now. I mean, they're not wrong. 13-2 is a ridiculous scoreline to have. Also, update for the other game from you. Thank you again, StepShare, for all the great work that's coming in for the information from our off-screen game. Aspect taking on Zenith. Aspect are 5-0 up in that match right now in the first.
Yeah, I think we definitely picked the right games to play on stream. Sometimes we get some really quick games going on and then kind of leaves us waiting for the next one. Starting up with yet again another aggressive push towards back alley. This time both members of VG are staying alive. Or last time was a 1v1, but Steezy and somebody else are ready to stop the push. Steezy grabbing a second one, and both members, now there's so much pressure on VG where they are forced to make a rotate, and there's still a member lurking around mid waiting for it because he gets the audio and he can call out to the rest of his team.
And who is Steezy? Like, I feel disrespectful saying that, but Steezy is one that I am not so familiar with. And I want to be honest, so far showing up in equal measures of skill to the ones I am familiar with, if not popping off a little bit today. Some great work, some great quick moves from Steezy. I like a player that has, you know, that initiative about them. They're like going after, trying to make a play happen rather than just sort of sitting and holding an angle, or it's just playmaking creativity, and that's what tends to make Arena go round. The faster paced you are executing, the better. Blake Dahlia finds a great pick into Slaughter in the mid lane, and suddenly the go button has been hit by the Vanguard squad. Into B they go. Pug, the last remaining member alive to defend from this position by the white box. Headshot pops out. Great shots from Pug on Scratch. Mid gets won by Sprit as well as Blake Dahlia's found in the rotation.
The one caught out in mid, I think, had a Vulcan, so maybe the audio wasn't on his side. It was able to fall to one of the members of Vanguard. Was able to push towards that B site, but New Dawn able to clean it up. As soon as those bullets start to ring, you can just see them just throw it into fifth gear and head straight for that B site. No hesitation at all.
Definitely. It looked like they had that set. I like the rotation from Vanguard, but again, you give it to Pug, and we've said this on the B site from Ali. If you say it again, sorry, on the A site from Ali, you say it from B site in that rack position in the corner by the white box. Pug's alive and holding the site location. It's normally going very well for the New Dawn side.
Hutch gets away with it. Pug goes down. That's a Vulcan off the board currently. One more left in Slaughter. Scratch getting some aggressive here. He has that 60-round mag and is able to disperse it, but 3 members are currently holding completely different angles, so this is so tough. Grenades are going to be huge here as he messes it up. He might blind his teammate.
I'm pretty sure that the bomb on the front door is completely blind. No, Box is not blind. It seems concussed slightly. Heavy bleeding toe, but not blind. Blake top and mid, and the rotation's coming in. The Vanguard squad are... Ooh, this is a good positioning from Blake. How much can they make work from this? This is big. First in, first out. Confirmed kill. Bomb's being planted. Oh, Scooby finds Blake on the rotation. That's a great shot from Scooby.
That's huge. That would have gave Box a lot more breathing room here on site to be able to defend here. But now he has 2 members of the team.
Oh my, what is
How
that
did he
from
see him?
Box? It's a Box bang through the grate, through the steel. He's got one more to deal with. Scooby versus Box. And Box frames the headshot as well. Box, take a bow, sir. Welcome to HPL.
Like, there's no way he saw them through that great. Like,
That's
like,
insane.
what?
Audio.
Unbelievable. And you
There's
know
a
what?
metal panel on the corner there that he's heard the connection with, I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. It's got to be a
It's gotta
footstep
be.
on the metal corner, right? Surely.
And he's not only shooting through one chain link fence, it's going through the corner, so you get a pen 2. You get a pen 2, like, almost regardless when you shoot through there. And I don't know about Arena, but the way it works in base game Tarkov, to me it seems like, is that when I shoot somebody through a chain link fence, the damage goes down to 1, and it doesn't do anything.
You feel like you're just shooting marshmallows through a frying pan. Yeah, I feel that 100%, honestly, I really do. Hey up. Bombs. Oh, okay, I thought the bomb was gone on its own towards Tetris, but this is a really quick now. This is an EPA strat right here. Straight through sandwich, hard and fast, slamming strong. The straight up boost from Scratch. Notices it coming though. Oh, this is going to get messy real quick, Kirk. Line of scrimmage, Sprit for 1, Slaughter for the second. Box and Scratch Killer pay the price. On the front door, Clutch for 1 into Slaughter as he goes down as well. That's a great aggressive push from Clutch, but he's in no man's land now. Blake Dahlia finds one to cover him. Sprit finds Clutch to close that one out.
Boppa catches him out. He actually gets the bomb, gets away with it, but he has to make through here. The jump is able to throw the aim off of Bop into Scooby. Grabs one onto Blake. 3 members up currently for New Dawn, who shut the round out just like that. What a crazy attack. You know, this is not something they would usually expect, but somehow the way that they set up that boost, it's like they knew it was coming.
So ladies and gentlemen in the chat, just for those of you, because I know you're all going to be talking about it and you're all going to be feeling a little bit shook by the magic the Box made. There are a lot of boxes, all right? I think we're going to have to dub it at this point in time. There are a lot of boxes in each of the maps now that you can wall bang through, all right? They are very much pennable surfaces in this game, okay? And there are many of them which these players have invested a lot of time into learning for some of these sick kills. You're going to see some crazy cool-looking kills this season because a lot of players have put a lot of work into it, and I'd love to see it. The creativity is insane in this community when they attach themselves to some actual dedication. Scratch has got a tough match to watch. Steezy. Scratch. Scratch for 1. Slaughter's down. Steezy's still here. Scratch for the second. He sprints almost at the wrong time. Steezy gets his gun up in time and wins the duel. Actually, that's a really good win from Steezy. Sprit takes out Clutch 2.
Side control coming in, Blake. Trying to get a flank off, but Scooby's ready for him this time. And Box with the crazy long-range angle. It's getting the headshot on such an off angle as well. Great recognition. 2v2. Box in 1v1 and Pug ready to go over and assist his teammate. Doesn't even need it. Scooby finishes it. Attacking side for New Dawn. Gonna be heading back to B where they need to go. Full time and no pressure at all to set this one up.
I like a few of these American teams that are trying to rotate this bomb intentionally, not necessarily for rotating for the plan, but then they're using the other non-bomb carrying members to catch people in the rotation to try and isolate these fights on an over-hesitant or an over-aggressive rotation. So it's good to see both of these teams moving each other around. Pug's going to get some good shots onto out here bopping, who is no longer out here bopping, he's out here stopping on red container. That sees New Dawn take home the 4th. End of the other game as well, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3, map 1, bay 5, Zenith 0, Aspect 9.
All right.
That is correct. That is another 9-0 performance in the other game. Aspect dominating in their first. GG's to Aspect. Commiserations to Zenith. Hopefully better luck in the second.
Only day one, ladies and gentlemen. Still much more action, and these teams might still be getting their feet placed on the ground in more comfortable positions. Never allow game one, day one, to influence your thoughts on the next multiple days we have coming up over the next few weekends. Boppin holding this crazy tight angle.
Yeah,
Scooby.
Vanguard are on big fans for alliteration at the beginning of this one, Kirk. Yeah, Boppin, Blake, and Box all for one apiece for the three.
2v5 for the side New Dawn, who are going to have to pull something out of their back pocket to finish this one off. Every single way that they can go is being covered, and I think they need to play as a team here. They can't single swing things like that. They got to play together.
Boppin on the Uno reverso. This time we ain't stopping. 2K for Boppin on the cover from the back of the B point, and now it's just Pug. Is it who let the dogs out?
Seems to have no concern for anyone to his left or right. Making the right plays. Scratch a little bit too low, aiming too high. Pug is, and then Hollow Sight is going to be blocking the enemy.
Crazy. Insane to see that Scratch has had a good set of rounds, and then it's been a little bit quieter from Scratch. I mean, they are still cruising on, picking up at least 1 or 2 around every round, still keeping that kill-to-death ratio up higher, but not necessarily influencing the round so much. An adjustment from the New Dawn side, trying to suffocate Scratch out of the early sections of the round so that they're not able to pick off multiple kills. This time, like we said, Blake, Box, and Boppin coming together to make that one successful, but adjustments from both teams. Nice to see each one evolving as we go through the first map. We've still got another one to play after this as well, so this is only the first half of the story.
Two members of BG holding the alley this time as the second one comes to back him up to replace Scratch, who got put down by Slaughter. You can see Boppin ready to grab some heads for himself, but Steezy is just, reaction time is too good, and he's going to take that time to make space and allow the rest of his team to push up.
Oh, Steezy almost gets caught on, oh my word,
What?
His life was being balanced on the edge of a knife blade there.
That's going to kill some time, though, as he's forced to heal with a low thorax and 2 heavy bleeds, so it's going to give Vanguard Gaming some time to possibly take a little bit of space and put more pressure on them before they make that final push into sight. Pug currently the one with the bomb who's looking at more towards mid. And Blake recognizes it.
Again, Scooby's here to try and cover this rotation as the bomb moves, trying to pull this Vanguard member around just to try and split the lineup up so they can isolate a pickoff, but Blake's wise to it this time, goes through spawn. Box is going to get caught on rotation by the member late from A. Box has to win the duel now to get away. Now he's going to ditch out on the right timing. Some fortunate timing for the time being, but the back's going to be open if it's not quick enough. Bomb going down. Pug's on site. Got support through connector, but not quickly. Pug needs to play disciplined in this angle. Just hold it out. Doesn't need to peek. Yeah, tempo is on Blake to make something happen here. Slaughter hears him come around the box. Blake not going to check behind him. Oh, does eventually, but Slaughter has it ready. 19 seconds.
Health.
Does Box just commit? He's got time. He's got time. Nobody's here. It's gone. Oh!
So close yet so far away. Box did everything he could, but New Dawn come out on top. I mean, 4 versus 1. It's tough sometimes.
I thought he had time. I don't know. I want to say you'd have been risking tanking 1 or 2 there. It was close. It was very close. I would love to have seen whether the full commitment to defusing would have gone through. Ooh, not sure. Not sure. Great round from New Dawn, though. Really well held, honestly. Lots of discipline on the point. Nobody over-aggressed or over-ego peaked. Good to see.
I agree. No, absolutely. Really good point.
It's another close game as well. We're only 2 rounds apart. Vanguard find themselves with a 2-round buffer, but they've still got to close it out. Need 2 more for success. Remember, folks, match point is 8. Victory point is 9. 8 apiece takes us to overtime.
This time, Vanguard Gaming are going to be forced back a little bit further, and it seems like maybe they're playing a little bit of mind games with the attackers that going into alley, because they're going to be expecting somebody close, and maybe they're going to be looking the wrong way. Somebody's ready to take him down. That's Scratchkilla in the alley. Second one is ready to fight. Nothing's come out yet, but it seems like they're right beside each other. They're still fighting in back alley. Steezy puts him down. 1-for-1 trade. Site controlled by New Dawn. Bomb's going to get on any second. Smokes in the New Dawn favor. Still 2 members out in mid that haven't moved a muscle yet.
Yeah, the dirty dance between the two S's in the back of the alley sees Steezy coming out on top. That Scratchkilla sat down early. Is one of the big killers from the Vanguard side that's down. Clutch finds Sprit. Steezy finds Clutch to trade back. Boppin finds Steezy in the extension. Boppin out in the back alley where we'd like to see them play. Pug also more than familiar with that alley position. Boppin trying to bang through the back wall. Oh, Buff with a ridiculous reaction to Blake Dahlia on the right-hand side. Finds the headshot, but Boppin's going to get Scooby in the other side of it. 1 versus 1. Boppin swings. Boppin kills, and Pug goes down. Vanguard are going to claim themselves their 8th and move to match point.
Honestly, I don't think you could have predicted that round out, like going off around maybe the 30-second mark into the round. Vanguard seemed to be really pushed back, and New Dawn had every space able to take that they could. They had so much control over that map, and somehow Vanguard, with 1 member left, still pulls it back and gets that 1 round win away from the win of the game.
Well, definitely not match point for Vanguard. Couldn't be them. 8-5, 3 in the lead, 3 rounds to convert with, and not only that, they're on the defending side. Personally, I would be favouring myself in this situation. If they were attacking 8-5, you'd say it's a little less secure. Oh, Blake Dahlia with the double, though!
Double nades are sort of a thing that you gotta expect in a big tournament like this, but we finally seen it for the first time here today. They usually come out.
Kirk, look at the split, though. Massive crucial right now. 2 for 1 on either side. 2 Vanguard, 1 B. 2 New Dawn, 1A for the Vanguard side. Scooby finds 1 apiece. The B site just got traded over. So now it's 3 versus 1, and New Dawn have the bomb and full control of B site, as well as the 1 member on A with full information being tracked. Scratch is Thanos. He has been him the entirety of the game so far. And oh, he almost found it into Sprit, but Sprit wins a good one.
You can tell that the comms are probably immaculate right now. They're probably so good just to instantly rotate off of the 1 kill that was done on B site. Instant, as soon as he got that kill, site's clear, let's go right now. And he was gone. Pressure from the last member of VG on the A site was put on by the remaining member that New Dawn decided to stick around A and keep him off of the rest of the teammates while they safely get the bomb down. He ended up winning the gunfight anyway, but still unimaginable teamwork right here in communication.
Yeah, the kill feed across the New Dawn lineup displays a similar line as well. Yep, equal spread all the way around the map. Slaughter being the unfortunate one to pay the price of most of the access kills, it seems like, for the time being in that scoreline there. 2 quick pickups from the Vanguard side, see them pushing away this aggressive approach onto the B site. He's been watched, though, and he's been watched by Scratch. It's Steezy versus Scratch, and we've been watching this all day long. This time, Scratch is going to win it. Scooby goes down.
Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? Not in Harbor anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And now Slaughter and Pug just feel trapped, I guess, in Forklift. They're looking at each other like, what do we do, Chief?
I think the situation feels familiar. I remember sometime beforehand, there was 2 members that were alive against 4 in the Forklift area. And I think this time they realized how bad it ended up for them, so they're going to instantly rotate and, see if A has any more luck for them. Pug is ready with a 100-round mag to just mow down everybody, but the rotate gets cut short. Scratchkilla ready, pushed through mid.
He's hunting. He is on the hunt. Scratch is not ready to give up any ground without having people to have to fight for it. Pug loses half the health to try and gain some, and Scratch has gone around the outside. Box is going to clean it up. And that's going to be Vanguard taking map number 1, 9-6.
Vanguard started off strong, and we saw New Dawn come back a little bit, grabbing some rounds, and then to close it off. Scratchkilla, 18 kills, 17 headshots to go with it. I am really excited to see, potentially, if the HPL record for kills can be beaten. If I'm not mistaken, I know exactly who has it, but the kills to headshots, I think it was 26 kills, 26 headshots for Luki on Team Sicario in EU. that is the current record to beat. And if Killa was a little bit more aggressive that game, I think he might have been able to claim that. Exceptional player, especially with playing that enforcer class. Doesn't even have the high penetration capabilities that some of the other classes do, and is still able to clean tap headshots all day. So huge plays from Killa and the rest of the team over at VG. And best of luck in game 2 that we still have coming up.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Headshots are king. I think there's going to be more than enough chance for Scratch to potentially look to break that kill record in game number 2. But I would say that given the way that New Dawn responded to the Vanguard performance, I feel like Aquila in the first game did a similar thing with Master X, where there was that evolution. The first 4 rounds kind of went the opposite way, and the team twisted it and came back and fought, analyzed, readjusted their approach, and started playing better towards it. So we saw a similar thing from New Dawn in this match here. I'd like to see New Dawn start off the rip in map number 2 with some rounds in the advantage. Obviously, this being the flip side, they should have the favorable starting choice of attacking or defending with our second map here. And it's a favorite. We're going to bowl. And I do love me some bowl. Now, what do we know about bowl, Kirk? What gets blessed from the sky many a times on bowl?
Granada.
Bombs, 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 and more bombs. Correct. Lots of aerial aces from these basketball players able to pop the continuous Kobe. These consistent clarity grenades from the sky that just blow people out of positions of safety. So you want to look out for at home, folks, from bowl. Hop up, your sight, generator, headshot, deep tower lane, okay? All of these grenades can be thrown on the A site alone. Then you're going over to B, you've got your yellow van grenade, you've got your B plat grenade, you've got your boxes to split grenade, you've got your orange grenade. There's so many things, okay? Ball is built different when it comes to utility. It just has a great amount of lineups because of the open roofing that I'm expecting to see a different side. So what I mean by that, Kirk, and talk to me from an analyst, so I'm going to give this one to you so you can give us all that wonderful wealth of wisdom. Bay 5 is very close quarters, so it's weapon oriented, okay? You get a couple of grenades here and there off a spawn, but then it's very much about the gunfight.
Yeah.
Ball's a whole other animal, right?
Mm-hmm.
How different do you think it's going to affect these two sides? Like, do you think there's one side that's going to show us more utility expertise here?
I think the thing that's probably going to differentiate each team and how they're going to take rounds is which team is more comfortable, or sorry, which team they are aware of that they want to play a long or short range game. Because if you are more comfortable and the whole attacking side is more comfortable on long range fights, then you're just going to send A most of the rounds. There's not as many corners to check. It's when you do a headshot, when you come in through like close to hop up and mid, you can take sort of long range fights. If that attacking team prefers more short range fights, they can opt in for a B push, which is a lot more tighter corners. Maybe through apartments van to apartments lane. That's kind of like your longest angle that you need to watch out for. But other than that, I think it's a lot more short range, especially after the bomb's planted, and you can play those crazy like kind of lay down sort of feet shooting plays through heaven and sort of old B site. So I think the attacking side, they need to lock it in and be like, you know what? We have played so well long range. We're going to keep that long range, and we're just going to force A. We have our utility setups because we've been practicing. All of these teams have been practicing. For the ones that I've gotten information from, it's all the time practice. Even if some teams maybe practice a little bit more than others, it's still a lot. So I think locking in that attacking side is what is really going to, differentiate one team over another here.
3 things. Okay, I'm going to let you cook. So I'll give you the question. I'm going to talk to chat about a couple of things, and then I'll come back to you for the answer, all right? You know me, and you know what I've been enjoying playing recently myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a one-click feature, and it makes a loud boom. It also knocks people over. It might have the ability to ask somebody a question when used in the right format, all right? Do you reckon the big long dong sniper is coming out inside a bowl? Are we going to see an AXMC, all right? I'll let you cook on that. And in the meanwhile, I'm going to put a little shout out to chat. So 2 things, folks. First of all, thank you, Ski Master Timmy. Appreciate you coming in with the support. Big double up with the W on the 5. Thank you for that one. Secondly, chat, there's a prediction in there for you. Channel points, all right? If you want to pitch in on who you think is going to win this best of 2, all right? Or whether you think that New Dawn are going to tie up the best of 2, get your channel points in now. Prediction currently active in chat. Put your thoughts on who's going to take it home in our second map. So, come back to it, Kirk. Talk to me. AXMC. Pros, cons. Are we going to see it? Is it competitive?
I mean, the obvious one that everybody knows is that sniper towers are not in Blast Gang, right? And Blast Gang is the standard ranked mode, right? There's no sniper towers in Blast Gang, probably for good reason, and that is where your AXMC would probably shine the hardest. Maybe not on Blast Gang because, you know, on site there's so many different things that you can hide behind. But when I think of Bowl and I think of a bolt action, it's really difficult for me to like place that person in a spot that is truly gonna, you know, put a lot of pressure on the attacking team, because I'm thinking the XMC is definitely way more defender-sided weapon. Maybe headshot on a site, maybe just to put pressure on that long lane. But as soon as the smoke comes out, you're kind of like forced to whip out like an SMG or a pistol. I mean, those smokes are so common, right? On headshot, they're almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
I really don't know.
here's the way. Okay, and I'm gonna just sort of put this into the minds of the people at home so they can understand the full concept behind this kit. Okay, when you're building this AXMC kit with the potential for it to actually viable, it is not just the bolty. Okay, the second slot runs a VSS or something of the like, where you are running maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 if you do it correct, 20 rounders of SP6. So you are essentially a scout with smaller magazines, as well as having 2 to 4 to 6 AP shots out of the Lapua. Some people shoot 1, shoot 2, drop the gun, go to full auto from there. Some people play with it having 4 to 6, and then they just, you know, cruise with it as they can. Loads of grenades coming out to begin with, as we thought, especially in the first round from Ball. Steezy finds the first kill onto Box on site. That smoke out over the curtain, like you said,
So
crucial.
good.
That grenade onto Sprit.
Oh. Sprit barely even moved, and somehow I think it might have rolled right past him. But yet again, the headshot box is coming up strong as Scratchkilla finishes off the bomb carrier. However, Vanguard Gaming are in a tough situation where they have one member down, and he's going to just put it right back to even. Bomb control for Scratchkilla currently. Teammate not in a really amazing position to be able to support. Currently, though, getting to headshot. Yeah.
Is that health bar, right? Pug's just leaking a little bit. Other than that, they're in a pretty good spot right now. 50 seconds. That smoke clears in about 10. Bombs close to sight. All they've got to do is find one of the 2 picks and then push in. That's the first onto sight. Scratches, although prone out, stuck in a tough spot. And there's Scooby from top med. And I'm going to be honest with you, Kirk. This is where we like attacking on Bowl, because those angles, when you're tucked into that A site and it's locked in around A, are very heavily favored for playing that top med tempo.
So I think based off of the first round, if somebody had AXMC, even if we didn't see it, we would have heard it. And I don't think it's here, unfortunately.
Agree. No, that's okay, though. There's plenty of time. We've got 5 whole days, 3 whole weekends of this worth of action, okay? There's time for the AXMC to make a surprise appearance. But this is the question we ask about, is whether it's competitive. It might not show up because it might just not fit the mark. People that play better than myself, which is why I cast and don't play pro, will know, and that's the ones that are making the decisions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And like, if you're going to play it on headshot, you know, the marksman class doesn't get a helmet, which is going to be pretty much the only thing that's going to be protecting you holding that spot anyway, so it's tough. Slaughter, though. Hello, started off strong. Clutch goes down as Scratchkilla falls right behind him. Steezy is loving this top med position. There's always going to be one generator, and Steezy is well aware of it.
The Vanguard kind of responds. Slaughter finds another one. That's a second for the round. One with a grenade, one with a gun. Blake Dahlia gets the response. Sprit goes down. Steezy finishes off the last as Blake Dahlia is found on headshot. And the bouncing bunnies of the New Dawn lineup are successful for their second. 2-0. Environment change makes them look a little bit more New Dawn favored, I'll be honest, Kirk. It's looking good.
Based off of every other game we basically saw on stream, not today, but before, in other previous HPLs, halfway 4-round, 5-round mark is where things usually turn. So, based off the first, usually 4 rounds, I cannot give a solid prediction.
Gotcha. Shout out to Klish. Scoreline from game number 3, map number 2. This time Zenith having a much better time. 3-5. AP Aspects still in the lead by 2. But a much closer game on Skybridge there. Here in our round number 3, both teams still with all members alive for now. Smokes delaying the action this time. Oh, here we go. Boost from Pug and Slaughter. This is going to be an ambo boost. Slaughter having a really tough time trying to get up there. Decided against it now. Playmaker Steezy on 5 kills and 1 death so far will be the one from the New Dawn lineup that's looking to just try and probe and peek his way around, find something from his top mid position, get spotted out, has to dip away from the damage. Pug and Club, opposite side of the Generator right now. Pug finds point, that's big, that's free, that should not be happening whilst Generator's watching. Scooby and Pug both find one apiece. Bopping gets a return, but that's only a slight consolidation. And now Split playing games for Scratch. Boppin does return one to Scooby. That's big. Smoke goes down as the bomb's being planted, stopping Scratch from being able to respond. He goes to Boppin, decides against it. Slaughter finds Boppin on the back, and it's just Scratch in a 1v3.
Slaughter's ready to box him in. Any second now, remaining members of New Dawn are going to converge, but the smoke actually is in favor currently for Scratch Killer. 2 heavy bleeds. And 30 seconds left on the clock. What are you going to do? This is a tough, tough spot, especially when before we've seen you with larger magazine sizes, but only 30 currently.
This is where Sprit just doesn't move. It's all on Pug and Sprit to play this together. As soon as contact comes from Pug, because he's going to spring, there we go. And that is how you close out your round with the numbers advantage. New Dawn play it out. It's great work from Vanguard, but it's 1 versus 2. Play your crossfire and your angles correctly. You play off a contact. Should be a closeout.
It was down to the millisecond, too. Like, that was so quick to react. A-Site being the most favored. Perhaps New Dawn more comfortable on long-range angles, because I think when Vanguard goes on the defense most times, they kind of hold more passive angles instead of longer-range ones. So maybe they're the ones that prefer the short-range fights. And maybe that's why they perform so well on Pay 5.
Now, Steezy's been slick with it when it comes to the grenades. This time around, the flash is going over to the generator area. Is that going to... I'm surprised the New Dawn side didn't push through towards Gen when that flash has gone off. It's giving them time to recover. Oh, they have a second. Oh, that's just disgusting. Wow, Clutch still finds one from there regardless.
Boppin holding the little corner up by the jump up for mid. And Pug with a grenade on his hand. If he wants to push it right now, this is perfect. Steezy, though, not getting too aggressive.
Boppin is 2 right steps from Steezy away from being dead.
Oh, Bucks! He's right there. He's shooting you. Oh, no. Scratch Killer on the crazy off angle and still dies. Steezy right in the corner to grab that third one. One after the other, take control of space and use your kills to push forward because there's less threats ahead of you. That is how you play Arena.
No, Blake. No, Blake. Wait, it's not a grenade.
Flash.
Okay, I thought it was a lethal. I got really excited for a second. I was like, there's no way he saved the sight nade. There's no way that would have been like 7th worldly crazy. Time is not on the side of Steezy here, though. This is a good plant position. Now what? You have to do a challenge, and he's going to do it.
No way.
Steezy with the jump shot, tries it. I mean, fair play. You got to throw him off guard. That's one way to try and do it. But Blake Dahlia is not going to be caught off guard with antics like that.
You're so forced to push him there. You really have no other option. And to jump peek that is probably one of the times where it is optimal, because especially with the audio. But the defender knows as well that he's forced to push you, so he's going to be expecting it. But Blake with a really quick readjustment on that sight, just put him down with a quick headshot. Very clean.
There goes the flash towards Curtain, as nobody's going to be home. Scratch is going to see red, red, red all the way down along B plat and is going to call out this as a very aggressive B push. Blake is in position to receive, but I'm not sure they want to take all 5 members of the New Dawn squad in their face all at once. Probably be grateful for a little bit of team support. Oh boy. Sprit.
The bomb carrier. Why does he go first? Pug trying to do something, but knows somebody's close to going to be contesting him for pushing through.
It's just so unfortunate. SMH. Scratch Killer finds a great one into Scooby, and it's 3 members of the New Dawn lineup going down, and it's just unluck. Like, Lemony Snicket has inspired round number 5.
Yeah, I really don't think there's anything wrong with their A pushes, and they decide to just kind of go towards B, maybe to just mix it up for some reason. But I think if it's broke, you don't fix it. Just because you lost the last round doesn't mean there's anything wrong with what you were doing, right? You're forced in a tough situation. You did everything you can, but I think that their A push is just way better here, and B was not necessary at all.
Vanguard lineup are definitely reading the New Dawn squad in a very similar sense that New Dawn did to them in the previous map. Like, they are starting to adjust to some of the plays. Although, that definitely, I'm in a similar mindset to you. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. The A push looked so well planned out. I would be surprised to see them go for a B run again. I mean, sure, okay, you test it. I wouldn't expect us to go back to the B side for a little while now.
Yeah, just
That's going
really
long.
well executions beforehand. So back to the A site we go. One member of each team sticking around that B, flank watching and whatnot. Steezy has really favored this top man position and has done really well beforehand on it. A lot of the members of VG are in similar spots to where we were before, so I think predictions on free fires will be really easy here for New Dawn.
Spirit finds one onto clutch down by Jen. Steezy finds headshot. Boppin gets up for Steezy after he had the information for a little while. Slaughter then finds Box. And that's going to be the end of the round as Slaughter and Scooby together find the final 2. New Dawn, well, A site secure.
Yeah, A site's clean. They have a clean execute on that. And you know what? They just kind of slaughter the whole team before they even take site at all. I think maybe the best position that, the best thing that Vanguard can do right now is just change spots. Either switch where your players are playing in the same spots that you usually take, or just take completely different spots in general, because at this point, they're going to expect you there.
All right, I'm going to ask you something, Kirk. Do you remember HPL EU?
Which one?
Well, I'll tell you a certain panda by the name of Denny
Okay.
that likes to go round the outside, round the outside. All right, you watch that minimap and you watch our yellow van player from the Vanguard squad. How nice would it be if they swung through to B plat here and challenged the nose for a flank at this moment in time? Whilst everything's still, whilst the timing's being manipulated, Clutch is looking up towards headshot this time, and Steezy being in the same position again is going to get caught off. Finally, Vanguard have found the adjustment they need to that top med spot. That jump peek over the top of Jen is
and he
dangerous.
still kills him. Pug has no shortage of ammunition. His rounds fire down range. Only gets one as Box trades him out, and Slaughter getting one for himself, but site control is imminent. Last member, Blake Dahlia, has some utility left to disperse out, but with getting pinched here, Slaughter with the off angle. It's going
All
to force
Slaughter
to
has
back
to
up
do
here.
is
And
distract, right? Just has to hold them off.
Scooby finishes it off. Blake Dahlia goes down at the hands of New Dawn and the rest of the team. 5th round now, currently 1 round away from that swap.
My interest right now is moving very swiftly towards the swapping of sides. I'm very glad that you pointed out to the folks at home that we only have one more round of this before we do switch, because that really is going to tell us how much more Vanguard have got to say on this map, because right now, New Dawn on the attack on this A site, even with Vanguard adjusting to some of the positioning that has seemed to be common, is still finding success. Not as many grenade kills as we thought, but both teams playing very aware of where the common grenade spots are. I say that, and then Clutch gets blessed by one from Slaughter. Return goes out Slaughter's direction, doesn't find him. Scratch looking to Curtin.
A-site yet again as New Dawn are just slaughtering. Keeping the name true. Slaughter also useful with nades. We've seen multiple kills with nades beforehand, and multiple times this game he has done a lot of work.
Yeah, the swap this time around. Slaughter having a much better game in map 2. Sprit a little bit quieter than the previous one. Scooby finds onto Scratch Killer. Blake gets a good return onto Scooby with the smoke just about to cover that sideline off. Gets shot from behind though. There's Slaughter to finish out the round. New Dawn move themselves to 6-2. That is an exceptional first half, given the way the first match went.
Yeah, very, very good. I think that smoke pluming, it might not seem loud to the viewers, but when you're in game and you have a smoke pluming right in your ear, it's actually really loud. And I think that's what happened to Blake right there, who unfortunately got rotated around the back on, and he didn't hear him. So you gotta watch out for them smokes. Keep your ears open at all times, ladies and gentlemen. Audio is key.
There's 100% a conversation to be had with Vanguard when it comes to a defensive grenade lineup that would have helped very heavily, being able to nade from just behind headshot to top med. That position that Steezy was playing so exceptionally well, and you can do it through the smoke. There is a grenade that you can throw to it, so definitely something to take home from there.
What?
Oh yeah, here comes the boom, and this is one of the ways to play defensive on the site, is to be able to shove straight through and catch your enemy off guard. The problem is, though, if you've played more than enough games, which this Vanguard lineup absolutely has, then you're going to run into a prepared squad. Pug finds one, boffins one back onto Scooby. Pug underneath. Oh man, underneath med gets scratch killed. And this looks a little bit more like a scenario that, although Slaughter's been playing well, I would be very impressed to see him come out of this one on top.
I think that the kills that Slaughter has gotten so far are really meaningful kills. They're not like the first bloods that kind of kill one and back off. I think most of the kills that he's gotten so far are actually really essential in finishing off the round. He gets really important kills. That being said, I think once they push forward through the choke on A site, you got to win your gunfights, because there's nowhere to run and there's nowhere to hide once you get past there. And I think Vanguard Gaming will have more than enough advantage to be able to put you down for that. So New Dawn are most likely going to be going into this next round with a different game plan, potentially less aggressive.
Slaughter, another great individual on the Twitch platform that does a lot of streaming, and also a great human to interact with. Very funny guy. Okay, there's some people that like to poke the bear. Slaughter's one of them ones. I quite like having a good conversation with Slaughter, because he definitely doesn't hold any punches. So always a good lad to be around, and always a very, very chatty community member. You drop by his stream, he's always having a good time. It's good vibes. Big shout out to Slaughter and the New Dawn squad as one of the newer teams in the NA scene that really has impressed us coming together. Like we say, the likes of Scooby, Sprit, Steezy, Pug, and a couple of the others like are currently having a seat on the bench in map number 2. Also, an exceptional 7 players coming together.
If you're a fan of any one of these teams at home, ladies and gentlemen, every single team has at least one member that does stream, so you can hop in at any time and check them out to, potentially see how they're going to perform in their practice strategies. If you want to learn a thing or two for Tarkov Arena, so make sure you check them all out and give them a follow. Keep up to date with everything.
Speaking of keeping up to date, I think there's a heart button below this one as well that might be worth keeping an eye on, right, Kirk? Lots of events coming up soon. Hunt Premier here to broadcast all of them to you. Don't forget to drop a follow so that you can keep up to date with the action when it's kicking off. Speaking of action kicking off, 1 down, 2 down for the Vanguard side. Now a Scratch Killer starts off slaying again. Clutch for 1 into Slaughter. Pug gets the kill out of Clutch, though, to shut that down. Blake Dahlia then returns onto Pug, though. Generator secure. A-site secure. Bomb down, and Scooby last alive. Not as far as Scratch Killer, though. Vanguard take a 4th.
Vanguard switches things around once the side swap. I think it's got to be just both teams prefer the attacking side. They prefer pushing in, and taking out people that are holding angles or whatever. It's got to be part of their strategy. And it's tough to think of a team that is performing it better, because, when the sides swap, they look really similar, aside from the fact when New Dawn pushed out really aggressively through A site. But other than that, they're both so strong on the offense that they look almost identical.
It's nice to see that the New Dawn side has taken a slightly slower approach this time. Although in the ranked games and your games on the night time with your team, those rushes through curtain, because coordinated, can go very well. In this kind of environment, it doesn't work out as consistently. Scooby finds one onto Bop, and Scratch does find a grenade onto Pug.
Look at this rotate.
We going the other way? Ooh.
I was a little bit confused there because the red side spawn is the attackers, but the attacking side is currently blue. So I was like, wait, why is someone on New Dawn still in their spawn? A lot of pressure right now. You know, Scratch and Blake want to kind of just push towards Generator. They very well could, but Scooby with the extremely long range MCX that still somehow hits.
Okay, Box obliterates Scooby in short. That was a disgusting headshot as it comes out there. This is something that does see the Spear looking very good, is although you've only got 25 rounds, you put the first one in the head. As long as you're not into a tier 6, you're normally in a pretty good place. Tier 5 also a bit tough, but 4 and below and you melt really well. Sprit's giving all the info in the world to Blake Dahlia in audio. Bomb is being planted. Blake's about to catch Sprit on the sprint. There we go. One letter short of a mistake. Slaughter, crouching in and out of split position, is going to peek, re-peek. Blake gets baited out of the magazines with the bullets, but no damage either side traded. Box takes the advantage to put pressure up, and then Blake steps up and nails Slaughter down.
Nothing wrong with a clean rotate, and Vanguard Gaming showed us how it's done. Grabbing their 5th round so far, almost tying it up. You know what? With the mag size on the Spear, we're talking main game. We have a 50 rounder now for it. In the future, when more attachments get added, I think the Spear might be probably a top 3 weapon to use. However,
TM.
However, it depends what class you're using it on. There's no way they give a 50 rounder to a scout, no? There's no chance.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But it does run on assault.
Yeah.
And it runs with the same ammo on assault, so maybe. Slaughter, Scooby, one apiece. Blake going down. Scratch, one of the big killers on the Vanguard side. No longer killing in round number 12. Box and Bopping out here trying to think of the next best beat to be able to come up with, because they've got 4 members to deal with, and there's only 2 of them left alive to do it. Bopping for 1 onto Scooby, knocks that down to 3. Full A site control. Nobody on point. Pre-fire comes through. Bopping gets spotted out by Sprit on the jump peak. This is a good swing for Sprit. He's got all the control in the world. Oh my word. Bopping
He's got to
gets
move
him
right
in
now.
the trade.
He has to leave. These 2 are going to cut him off. He's still stuck in that corner.
No, but it doesn't matter though, because the bomb's down on site. Teammate's already here. Box has gone round the outside, and the B site has been planted upon. Now Boppin just has to hold his own. He doesn't even need to step ever. Slaughter's going to have a good peek into him, but Boppin's been better all day long, all night long. That's 3 for Boppin so far, and it's all Boppin. Box for the final challenges. Pug's going to push him off point. Box gets round the corner in time. Oh boy. Can Pug do it? Boppin's across. That's first. Pug.
No chance. No. Okay. I mean, you have a long way to run right here to stop the defuse. You have a long way to run. He's going to stick it. With the head bops.
He's fine.
Move your head all you want, but that body's going to stay straight still while you defuse. Vanguard Gaming's tying it up. After New Dawn looked so strong at the beginning, it seems like the attacking side is just going to win.
You hit the nail on the head as well. If Boppin did not spin on a pin the second that defuse came up and took another space step forward the direction he was going, that was done. Literally had to be swinging and shooting on that second there, because like you say, all it takes is the head jiggling about a little bit, and one bullet doesn't register a head, it hits an arm or a shoulder. That's a gone through defuse, and that is a great bit of work out of the New Dawn side. Nice try.
Sticking it's better than hesitation. I think anything's better than hesitation. If you have a plan, you stick to it.
Agree. I also think the closer the game gets in the scoreline, the closer each of the rounds get. Have you noticed how the closer towards the end that we get, the more that it goes down to 1v1s and 2v2s and more controlled pace and aggression? Who's going to take the authority in round 13? Who is going to step up first?
Different positions than how Vanguard was defending this position. We have usually always somebody on the generator, and that's going to confuse the members of Vanguard Gaming on the attack, expecting somebody to be there, and that'll probably give one of the backline members there towards that sniper tower on New Dawn to be able to swing out and grab a free pick. The shots don't connect either. What? Both sides, mag dumping, trigger finger, nothing to show for it.
After the nonsense, though, 2 for 1. 2 members on the Vanguard side going down for 1 of New Dawn. Sprit sitting out, Clutch and Boppin also having a bench seat. Blake Dahlia versus Pug on the side. Pug with the awkward timing on the peak actually catches Blake Dahlia off guard for a second. Does finally close the kill out. Scratch is going to find the rotation onto A-Plat. Scooby comes running around the nose to the death. Blake to Steezy, and then there's only one left alive, and that's going to be Blake Dahlia for the finish. 20 kills on Scratch Killer, by the way. 7-6. Vanguard take the lead.
There is so much time left in this game, too. If it goes to overtime, there is so much time to push past 26 kills. If Scratch Killer wants to, you know, set an achievement for himself, make himself known in HPL history.
You heard it here first, folks. All you got to do to make a fan of Kirk is break one of the HPL records, all right? Regardless win or lose, if you can knock out a super cool stat, you've got a Kirk fan. I'll rate it.
Well, technically, he has the HPL NA record.
True.
I don't know the exact stats that came from the first 2 games, but that were shown off stream. But 20 kills with still more time to go, I think that's probably hard to beat.
Be curious to knock on the door of Oberstorm and ask what the kill record was for the APS. See if there was a leader for that one. That would be a good indication as to what sort of pace the NA team set. Something you find at home, folks, from the EU region to the APAC region to the NA region. All teams play differently in their regions. There are different play styles, different kit choices, different metas. Speaking of different, this is the most sly approach. What is going on? Blake does find the kill before Slaughter does. Wow.
That's a trade. You want to call anything a trade? That's a trade. Always somebody holding that jump up. Scooby falls and Scratch is just on fire right now. Knows that somebody's behind him, but they have to make a play right now together to grab this bomb because, I mean, you can't win the game without it. So both team members need to play off of each other right now.
Oh, wow, and Scratch is just on one. He's decided he's had enough of waiting, swings the curtain angle into Steezy and deletes the last member from New Dawn alive. Vanguard find themselves at match point again. This time, off of the back of a great climb back from being down by a fair margin to some exceptional work from the New Dawn side on the attacking half.
Clutch jumped up on the box for hop up to mid. That pushed the aim up from the New Dawn member, which allowed Scratch Killer to swing it and catch him off guard. Excellent teamwork.
My word. Smoke onto generator. Bomb coming back towards curtain. Slaughter's going to drop that underarm grenade over towards the ambulance again, like always. Return nade lands short of Gen. Slaughter pushes up through the smoke. It's going to prone out. Clutch is going to have heard that prone. There goes the flash. Slaughter sees nothing but bright lights and sunshine. And now the ground. Clutch finding that kill after some great utility use from the New Dawn side. The turnaround from Vanguard, exceptional as they push up into generator. Boppin finds one for the rotation on the nose. It's almost like, you know the Pokemon type matchups, Kirk? You throw a smoke, somebody flashes you through it. You throw a flash, somebody grenades you back. It's like smoke beats flash, flash beats frag, frag beats smoke. It's almost like they have their own little trade-off. It's really weird. Like the rock, paper, scissors of Tarkov. Oh.
It could be
Down
counters.
to the ground we go. Oh, what a shot from Scratch.
Wow. Smoke's a lot more reliable, in my opinion.
Agree.
Those flashes need to be close to perfect to have any sort of result. You can get audio cues off of them, which, you know, a lot of people miss, and that's why you don't usually see people pick them up in your solo queue games. But as the round comes down to 30 seconds in it, Vanguard Gaming shuts New Dawn down. Just when we thought that this was their map, all it took was a side swap for Vanguard Gaming, who shuts the game out for a second game win, grabbing 3 points on the board. Scratch Killer, 24 kills, 21 headshots. Not good enough to beat Lukey, but you're definitely up there, Scratch Killer. Keep playing, and we'll be watching.
Had 24 kills is an exceptional performance out of a player. 21 of them being headshots just goes to show that even with the lowest tier ammo in the Enforcer class, the SOST, You click on the face. It's going to earn you the points. Great work. GG's to the Vanguard squad. 3 points on the day. And a valiant effort from New Dawn. Definitely a new team in the NA seem to be keeping an eye out on. Both matches that initially looked like they were being swept quite heavily were responded extremely well to, and a very close match came out of both. Lots to learn from. I would say as the New Dawn squad, you're going to go home with many a jigsaw piece puzzles that you did well with and a couple of bits to work on, and then there's a lot to look forward to for the rest of your season. On the side of Vanguard, 3 points with the victory, but could it have been done cleaner? Are there points to work on? We will see. Definitely going to be excited to see both of these teams coming back soon.
Coming from the first game, if you're a big Master X fan, be prepared to see them up next, currently up against Unknown, who have sort of a legendary kind of title already that's already been established in the first game, where they single-handedly 9-0'd Eclipse, which was honestly a really good team, especially Winter, who I believe is the IGL for that team. Exceptional player, and to be able to 9-0 Eclipse like that, what an achievement. So Unknown versus Master X coming up next, while Aspect versus Eclipse will be going on in the background. We give you live updates, so make sure to stay tuned in chat for all live updates, and be back soon, because we will not be gone long.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are calmed a little from the excitement for the first two games because it's been absolute madness. So we're going to take a second to settle. We'll just have a little recap about what's gone on from the day. You've managed to see 4 amazing NA teams already take to the battlefield. That's right, we've had 4 amazing matches. 2 in the first, 2 in the second, where the first one was seen split one apiece, Hpl Na taking home a point, as well as their adversaries Master X in the first, 1 point apiece going onto the scoreboard. Flip side, Eclipse did find themselves going down 0-2 to Unknown, who we are going to feature in our next match. And then the second game of the day, Kirk, made a little bit of a difference.
Second game as in Aspect and Eclipse?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Second game of this matchup right now. The technically, I guess, the third matchup, but the second one of the third, I guess, if you will. At that 2 p.m. EST is what we should be. All right, we are right on schedule, which is perfect. So, yeah, we are going to see Unknown, who have made themselves quite a devastating force to be reckoned with against Eclipse in that first game of the day, while we are going to be seeing Master X again, which we did see 1-0 on Hpl Na in that first game that was on stream. So, Unknown, a lot of members on that team that have names that a lot of us have heard before. Members like Undead Essence, who I refuse to hear any sort of slander on because I know he's a good guy and he's awesome for the community and people just love to make fun of him. I know it's all jokes and it's all banter or whatever, but exceptional player on the team of Unknown, that being Undead, who was so gracious and kind to be able to answer some questions behind the scenes before today's game. Where they mentioned that they do a lot of scrims. They try to get a scrim once a day, but sometimes if they can't find one, they just play a lot of ranked. But scrims are a lot better at analyzing your performance against other professional teams than just going straight into ranked solo queue.
Yeah, absolutely. The jokes aside, Undead and the lineup from this Unknown squad, like you said, very known. I feel like quite contradicting to the overall seriousness that is taking part, the competition that's going on here. The Unknown name is a little bit of irony. It's a little bit of a meme because the way that they've played so far, I mean, they're going to be very well known. The fact that the guys in the team are relatively well known. There's very little about this team that is unknown other than how far can they actually go? That would be the question, is how good really are the Unknown lineup? So let's have a look at the two teams, okay? That Unknown roster that we're raving about because it's the first time we're going to get to see them live on the stream today is Barbaric, Undead, Strix, Cruisin, Ice Sleek, and a couple of players as substitutions in for Watchful and Nuclear. Then that Master X lineup that we saw earlier on today, Exquisite, Shoreline, IFP, Jez, Judicious, and the sub with Bloodbag there as well. Now, Kirk, a little bit of facts from the guys from the Unknown roster. Strix, previous member from a different side. Cruisin, also another member coming from a different team. So outsourced and come together as a squad of exceptional players. This was looked at as one of the, I don't know, like super teams, I guess, that was put together in the NA side.
Yeah, and with the name Unknown, it's actually really surprising that they chose that name. Perhaps you know what, I didn't do well in English class. I don't know what that proper word is for that. For the one thing where it's like you say one thing, but it really means the other, and it's sort of like a joke. There's a word for that.
Juxtaposition.
Sure. So 3 of the members of Unknown were on Team Aspect. We know that for sure. Cruisin was a member of Master X, the team he's going up against right now.
Yep.
And now is on Unknown and is going to be facing off against his old team. And I think there's going to be a lot of bragging rights on the table for whoever wins this one. So probably some friendly banter coming out. I know that the entire community of all of these teams are good friends. Last night when I was going around looking for players from the teams to get answers for various questions, I had everybody and almost everybody from each team in a single Twitch chat talking to each other. They were all friends. And that is awesome to see that, you know, sometimes money, sometimes fame doesn't go to your head, and we can all just come together and provide amazing entertainment here at the very first Hpl Na Season 1.
Yeah, now, let's take the Dunkin' Donuts, put them to the side table for a second. Let's let the glazing just rest for a moment. We'll let that icing settle for a second. Let's have a look at the other side of the match because we've got a whole other team to talk about here. And although we did get to feature them earlier on today, where they went one apiece with Hpl, this Master X lineup, without, like you said, that member that is now on the unknown roster, has shown just as much damage. All right, they've shown that they are able to bring the strength that each of these teams are going to need to represent to be able to compete in this first ever HPL NA season. And that's due to the fact that some of these members just pop off whenever the Chuck they want. I mean, Jez might as well be nicknamed Chuck Norris at this point in time for how well he was fighting out of the corner inside a fort. I mean, Jez the Fort Man, unmoved on that A site. In addition to the fact that we've got Shoreline in there, you've IFP that literally I am convinced now it stands for I Fast Peak because of how quickly this guy moves around and
Ooh,
bounces around the
true.
map, right? Exquisite, who is literally known for being a demon in solo queue, in base, in arena. It's just one of those names that rings out in your head that you do not want to see on the other side of your random matches in the middle of the
Yeah.
night when you're trying to chill out playing some ranked arena, all right? Just one of them people you just go, I mean, as somebody who is not an advocate of a disconnect from the game button because it ruins itself from people, even a percentage of my brain is like, nah, maybe not this time. Do you know what I mean? So it's just strength in numbers. You've got Judicious in there, who is one again that I don't want to sleep on. Although we might not have seen the 25 scratch killer performance, do not be dissuaded. Judicious absolutely has that within them as well. So there is a lot to be said for this Master X lineup. I'm gonna go with. Oh, I don't know. Predictions, Kirk. I'm gonna say this one goes one apiece. This is
Think so?
another split. I reckon this is an unknown bowl, and I reckon this is a Master X fort again. Master X showed they had fort relatively well covered earlier.
Yeah. I mean that's solid, right? I can understand why you think that way. When I look at the practices that these teams both do, Master X claims that they try to do weekdays for 2 hours minimum, but there is a mention from Exquisite that everybody on the team has full-time jobs, so sometimes it can be tough to narrow down a practice. While Unknown, they think that they are the top three teams with game mechanics, and they scrim almost every day when they try to. When it comes down to practice, I think Unknown may have Master X beat. However, Eclipse, also a really strong team that Unknown 2-0'd, with Winter being one of those players that are always on that top board. So I think Unknown is very strong and looking real good.
One kill apiece. Barbaric and Jez both go down. Barb, one to watch out for, as an absolute demon with a weapon inside their hands. IFP finds one onto Strix, and Strix, remember, previously seen on HP. That's right, a Hunt Premier production. A previous MVP from one of our tournaments here is Strix. For those of you that remember back, you've got to be careful, trust. Every single one of these members in this match is a demon. There's Exquisite taking out ex-teammate Cruising. That's going to be a little bit of that banter and rivalry that Kirk was attesting to now coming to the front. Oh, Sleek, dipping, dodging, and diving, trying to get out of the way of damage. Bullets fire across the site. The bomb is going to go down. 4 versus 2, Kirk. What have Unknown got in this one?
Unknown as Undead and Ice Leak, arguably the two most well-known members on the roster that are left to play with each other. Sleek tries to get a little bit aggressive and is forced to eat the SP6 to the head. And what a performance. All right, straight out of the gate, Master X already 4 members up to just shut down the team of Unknown. But like I said before, I don't usually make any sort of predictions until around that 4-5 mark.
I mean, we spoke about Judicious, we spoke about Exquisite, and we spoke about IFP popping off with kills. Shoreline and Jez, we know full well they're going to have their time. We're not at Fort yet. This is not their zone, all right? But we've not gotten to see the Master X inside of the bowl just now, and this is where I specifically remember both Exquisite and Judicious being particularly good at the game. So, Strix being the only player able to get a kill on the Unknown line is going to see them slightly startled, given the amount of success they've had from the previous match.
If this was a solo queue game, I'd probably give the advantage to Master X simply for the fact that Shoreline and Exquisite have multiple first place positions in multiple points throughout multiple seasons of Arena. But this is a whole different ball field right now.
Oh, wow. Jez again deletes Barb. Judicious helps out, and Strix goes down behind the yellow van. Now the Master X side are going to have access towards B again. Difference this time being there's a little bit more support around. Don't be deceived by the minimap, folks. There are a couple of extra arrows there than there are intended. Don't worry about that. IFP with an unintentional team kill onto Jez is going to leverage the numbers a little bit more. Exquisite finds one onto Cruisin', and now it's 2 versus 4.
And he grabs one kill and just barrels straight back down towards that sniper tower. It's really astonishing the amount of confidence that he has. He does end up going down, biting off a little more than you can chew there, perhaps. As Sleek is slowly taking space towards site, but bomb's already on B. Better start moving.
Great to see everybody tuning in from the different regions. Some of the EU competitors now from the HPL EU scene also popping into the chat. Welcome in, folks. Hope you're all enjoying. This is first season of HPL Na. Third match of the day. Unknown versus Master X. This is the first map. Master X currently have themselves a numbers advantage. Even more so now as Undead finds himself very dead. What can Sleek do? What can Sleek do?
This is so hard. This is such a bad spot. I think A site you'd rather have the 1v3.
It's just not the time at this point in time. He has to pre-fire, jump off, go and check. He's literally got to hunt down 3 players, and it's not going to happen. Even if IFP gets down with his back turned, it's just going to be one consolidation kill. 5 seconds left on the clock. It was a good effort from Sleek, but not enough time. Master X close out their second.
Yeah, Master X can just run back, right? They can just continue running back as Sleek chases them and just kill all the time in the world. It's nearly impossible to win something like that. And Sleek, he knows that he has to try, and he does. But it's a situation where 99% of the time is not on your side. So I noticed that actually a lot of in the back couple games that we've been watching, that sometimes these teams, they don't have time management perfected.
That's it. Aspect versus Eclipse kicking off in the background as well, folks. Keep your eye out on the chat for Step Sherpa and Klishnikov, that have been doing a great job of keeping you updated with the matches going on that are not currently being shown live. If one of your teams that you're following is playing off screen, you get live updates whilst watching the match and the action that is live. Line of scrimmage from the Master X side this time, Kirk. We look very, very deep back. We see left to right all in a line.
It's a tough one to push on. These angles are so long. There's nobody playing, aggressive defensively here on A site. Everyone's pushed back, waiting for a move to be made, so they can catch them out looking left to right, possibly in corners. With no information gathered at all, it's probably the smartest thing for MX to do to rotate, because they got nothing to play off of right now.
Strix finds the first. Unknown get a first blood for the first and 3. Round number 3 sees a lot of red members running left to right from the nose towards this yellow van position. But like you said, this reserve defense from the Unknown lineup is weathering the storm really well, and they're not losing members whilst they move around either. A lot more of a retake response if the bomb goes down. Strix has got a tough task in that alley, though. First is down Judicious. Surely Strix is going to get taken out eventually when the 3 push. Has to back away, gives up space.
4 bullets. Forced to make a reload. And here comes Barrel around the corner. IFP, those fast peaks that we know him for. Ready yet again. The second one finally works out. Strix goes down to the quick headshot. Shoreline is up top with the bomb, and the smoke is so perfect timing.
IFP's just sick with it. It's so quick.
Barbaric!
Look at the wrist, and there's 3 people in front of Barbaric. That is a madman charge if I've ever seen it. Oh, Roger Rabbit, 1 bouncer down. Sleek finds himself hitting him out of the sky. No fly zone for you. Jez takes a bit of abuse, but the crosshair placement's slightly too low. Sleek corrects and then crushes Jez on the second. 1 left alive, and IFP is being surrounded and sandwiched, but IFP's doing IFP things. I run fast. Device deactivation, can't do anything, and IFP looks like he's out of ammo. He's running around with his melee out, and that's going to be the first round going to Unknown.
Starting it off, Unknown was getting really aggressive, and then all of a sudden when they back it up, it's like a whole different change of game. Not only do you not lose players by not being overly aggressive, but when you stay so far back, you don't give the attacking team any information to go off of, and it forces them to make a rotate, especially after they use all their utility, because they got nothing to work with once those smokes disperse.
Oh. Okay, never mind. Change my mind. I saw
like,
something.
what happened?
I saw something a little bit kooky. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, no, no. It's still cooking. Watch judicious. What is this? What is this deep apps play? Bomb sits. Oh, I like. Okay, okay, okay. This is a sneaky one. This is going to develop very slowly. Nade out, up and over.
Surely that doesn't go over the box. Okay, right there, yeah.
Yep, yep.
There you go.
That's sight.
The
But
same
he's in the
strat.
close. Yeah, cruising's tucked in, right? Look at you. Look at judicious towards that yellow van. Now he's probing. Now he's searching apps. And here we cook. And here we cook. Here's the bomb. Ready?
He's just looking.
Fake bait. He's going to make noise up on top of apps, and then there should be an A flood. He's trying to pull. Fights B plat. A flood incoming now. Nades out.
Still 3
There goes the
members
boom.
on A, though, ready to stop the push.
There is.
Master X are finally going to go through with it. Bomb carrier stays back while the rest of the team goes in first, and Jess is ready up top to grab one. Jess actually didn't get them. Shoreline is coming in for the second already so far. Bomb is down and undead. The last one alive in a really good position, actually, ready to stop the bomb planter. Oh, he gets him, and he stays behind Anchor. Jess is forced to rotate. Not
That
looking
is
too
a
good in the
very
health
unfortunate
department.
Timing. Yep. Oh, and Dead's already on the hunt. I thought he'd gone for the bomb. He's already round there, actually. If Undead moves quickly, he can isolate this. Oh, Jess is ready for it, though. Oh.
You said Roger Rabbit earlier.
Yes.
There's also Jessica Rabbit, is there not?
Oh, I mean, that's a reach, brother. Damn. Oh, man. Let me just grab the copium tank for a second. I mean, I'll give you it. That's a wild one, though. That is.
I mean,
that's,
you
that's
said
some
it.
kind of Mr. Tickle Arms, is that, bro?
You said it, and then I saw the camera was on Jess at the time when you said it, and I'm like, huh. Jessica Rabbit.
Maybe there is. Maybe there is. I wonder if there's any knowledge nerds in the chat that'd be curious to go and find out if there's a Jessica Rabbit.
I'm pretty
We'll
sure
see.
that's from that movie.
Okay. Now here's somebody that I've not seen the same as I would have expected from so far. Barb, being a demon on a donut is a very scary thing to say. One member from the unknown side is taking a quick fast pass to the bench this time around, and that's Sleek. Bowing out from round number 5. The Master X side is fully committing to the B point this time around, and it looks like Unknown are more than ready for it. Oh, wow. What? Okay, so Scout on the rotating flank has instead called out that the A site is majoritarily clear by one on site and is currently deep tower lane, already covering off the defensive rotation. Sight cruising gets one, he's going to get a second. Cruising making magic work on his own, all alone in the 1v5, keeping himself alive. Still got 3 targets to deal with, and he's not taking a single bit of damage. The third's down on Generator. He's cruising for a bruising. Where's the fourth off the top?
There it
Jenny the
is!
smoke, and he's gone. It's just cruising all day, all night. Someone order this man a limo. His name's not just cruising, he's killing and cruising. Bring out the champagne, break out the red carpet, he's got it all.
Cruising, I would say, not cruising too much to get those kills. Only moved a couple steps and 4 kills in a matter of 10 seconds or so on his X team, Master X.
My word. Round number 5 brought to you by Cruising with a side dose of Undead for the final 5th kill. The only thing short of the ace there from the man, the myth, the legend, Cruising himself was the fact that he couldn't get to the 5th guy in time because Undead was already on it. Jessica Rabbit is his wife. Chat comes in with Kirk. So you were right.
Yeah, I never watched that, but I've heard it.
W. Speaking of doubles, the double L, one apiece. Member from each team taking a seat early on in round number 6. IFP doing FP things. Strix is getting a lot of audio, but not seeing anybody just yet. So, how much time Unknown got to rotate to this. I mean, there's one holding from spawn the container. Exquisite is now set up in place to watch a counter rotation should they decide to do the switch again.
I think Exquisite kind of realizes Unknown strat where they stay so far behind that they can't get audio. So now he's pushing up really close to where he's able to get the audio, make the calls for his team.
So retake it is this time from Unknown. Strix is going to step up. Undead's going to get a grenade onto IFP. Judicious is going to win the fight into Strix as he gets challenged. Shoreline is planting literally under the safety of Judicious up on the top there. Exquisite finds that rotation from Split that you said that you were calling out. Ready for it before it even happens. Undead paying the price. Cruising though. Cruising though. Top of apps. In for one. Nearly kills Sleek. Getting a little bit itchy with it there. Easy on the trigger finger. Tough angle to fight. Down low to Exquisite. Exquisite gives him the timing. Oh no. He's snuck in.
It's tough.
Big pickup from Exquisite, shuts down Cruising, and now it's just Sleek versus 2.
Is he aware of Shoreline to his left? It seems like it doesn't even matter at all because Exquisite from long range downtown, that low muzzle velocity that isn't up to par with most weapons, but, you know, Shoreline just makes it work. Or Exquisite just makes it work with the MCX. I gotta say it again though. These M4s are few and far between than they used to be.
Yeah, I'm so glad you keep saying it.
It could be an EU thing, maybe. EU, you know, CIS.
I'm proud to see so many members that have the red buffer tube in the back for these stocks too. It really upsets me. It's only one ergo. Like, it's only a little bit. It's like a small, you know, it's the tiny little differences that make all the differences. That one being a slight bit of better muzzle velocity or bullet velocity. So it's a tiny difference. But the red buffer tube, it's
there.
It's style, man. It's dripology too, right?
Dripology.
No nades find that a home for a dome for any player for Unknown or Master X off the early one in round number 7. Bomb going towards the A site this time, just hovering late A plat, might be considering a swap. Undead's got a nade in hand. Where's that smoke going? That's a curtain. So no access to A site without running through the smoke into a headshot peak. Oh, he's going to be deleted though because Jez's crosshair placement is pixel perfect.
Jess from sub 1 on the first game that we thought might be struggling a little bit has shown up yet again in the second game of the first one of the day and the last one. The last couple of games we'll be seeing them in where, you know, these kills are immaculate and the AK-12 I think really suits Jess's playstyle.
The one member down. It's such a quiet round, given the pace that the last of them have been going. Oh, never mind. Cruising there to correct me. Absolutely right. First from the point. Cruising now sandwiched between too many problems. Exquisite finds them. Barbaric gets the response onto Jen, though. Time for Barb to pop off. Ooh. Judicious with the hip fire. Okay.
Not much time left on the smoke. If you want to get the bomb down, you got to do it right now. But through the smoke is Judicious. Gets away with it.
I think somebody woke Master X up.
Yeah, think so? I mean, Master X, I think, is it the only team that hasn't been 2-0'd so far. So, you know, if Unknown had to go up against any team, Master X was going to be the one that was going to put up the most of a fight right now. And it's showing. 5-2 currently for Master X. And this is the point, I'd say, where within this round and the next round, where we can probably determine how the rest of the game is going to go out.
Somebody's got to get a leash on Exquisite at this point in time. That's the first step to being able to try and fix the scoreline from the Unknown perspective. From the Master X, you just got to keep going with the boom. Barbaric for the first onto IFP, finds a good first blood for the Unknown side. Judicious battling in top apps. There's a bit of damage to Strix. Exquisite finds Barbaric. Oh no, and blue on blue. It's doom and
He's
blue
gonna be
for
here
you
for
as
that.
Undead. Oh boy.
Oh, some naughty words probably being said. And if we know Undead, ladies and gentlemen, nobody's gonna let him let that go. He's gonna be hearing that for a little bit.
Exquisite's got a tough fight here. Actually, almost going for the nutty. Doesn't quite make the jump peak. Undead will manage to put him down there with a good headshot. Jess has got a little bit of damage more than you would like on his head there. Probably want to top that up before going anywhere else. That nade is going to go up and over towards. Undead gets a second kill onto Jez with a good headshot.
And when it comes down to very small members left in the game, this is when game mechanics and pure skill come out and shine over strats.
The one thing I will say, though, is Undead is absolutely switched on for the rest of this round. You know after that team kill with the grenade that Undead is not going to make another mistake like that. An absolutely passionate player, and here he is, hunting, creeping, sneaking, and he's there to close out the round. He might have killed Strix with the grenade, but he got the following 3 kills afterwards as well and made up for the mistake. So this is why this unknown squad is extremely strong right now.
You know somebody's confident when they make a mistake and then they redeem themselves throughout closing the round single-handedly throughout the rest of it. If a player's nervous, you make a mistake, it'll just push that nervousness even more and you will not make the right plays. So that straight there, we know that Undead is a veteran player and he's been in situations so similar to these before that he is able to think clearly.
Good to see that it is, yeah, I like that, with controlled, composed aggression. It's not an overextension, because you can sometimes fall prey to overconfidence where you go into this very sort of Hail Mary mindset. You try something riskier and riskier until it pays off, and if it doesn't, you simply dig yourself a deeper mental hole into the game where you were already struggling a bit. So good to see that the composure from both of these sides is being kept, pretty calm under the pressure. It is only week 1. This is only the first few games, so every team is going to be settling in a bit. You will expect a little bit of shift between the power of the teams, should we say, as everybody gets more comfortable and as each team gets used to each other. You've got to remember, folks, some of these teams are relatively fresh, so some teams will have had some research done against them. People will have had experience playing, and some won't.
Cruising starting it off. Shoreline goes down. One of the usual top frag members, but this time not having a little bit of luck on his side. Barbaric grabs one himself as Jess from the back line with the VSS. SP6 is a dangerous round, and Cruisin might get a bruising if he gets any closer. Smoke is very well placed, though. Jess is going to be completely cut off here. Sight push will come out any moment.
Smoke out from Jen is really making Jess's life hard, and he's got somebody to his right here who's not going to be able to, he's not going to see him before he's just going to get picked from pure audio play. All you need to do roughly is spray around shoulder height there, and you're going to guarantee a kill.
Yeah. Unless someone is absolutely sure that you're not there, you cannot slow walk through smoke. You have to give it your all and push through it, because they're going to see your barrel before they see any part, before you see any part of their body.
Now, I will pitch you something, Kirk. Unknown went 9-0-9-6. Which says that their defending side is not necessarily their strongest. It says that when they attack first, they get off to a scream and they go good. When they defend first, they pick it back up, and we're seeing a similar thing here. They didn't defend as great into the Master X lineup. That flying peak from Cruisin almost cost him his life.
Usually it's IFP that's doing something crazy like that.
Exactly.
Just falls to the hands of Sleek. D40s drop down.
There's the fast peak. IFP onto Barbaric. Stalemate coming in as the Master X members. You see IFP and Shoreline playing off of each other's shoulder here, literally just trying to communicate together. They don't want to take any of these fights on their own. Oh, Undead manages to find it onto Shoreline. It's huge.
They know their position somehow, and they've only been on this attacking side for a short period, and they just know where they're going to be. Maybe they've scrimmed this team before. Multiple times. They know how they play.
One thing with the members being well known within the communities, lots of games played against each other, and these things tend to come out as the natural tendencies. When you strategize and you get out of the textbook, you get deep into these games, you start falling back into things that you naturally feel comfortable with, and that's when people start picking you apart for predictability. IFP gets one. 3 members down on each side as a 2 versus 2, with the unknown members looking healthier in this one. Bomb is planted. On site 2, IFP swings strong to help. Sleek finds Judicious in the extended trade onto the member that wasn't firing somehow. Sleek manages to make it happen, and then he's off the ramp, and he gets chased into Curtain. And he goes, he got faked, he got baited. Is he ready for the challenge? IFP is his adversary. I'm not sure I want to be ego challenging into that.
No, and you can just full rush sight and you're clean. Getting a little bit fancy Sleek, I see. Down under Roger Rabbit, off the top ropes. Were you Jeff Hardy? Top ropes?
That's good, honestly. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Ice Leak from top med onto the A site. And it's a headshot to finish it off. Did not need the kill, but honestly, I was really concerned he was going to ego 50-50 off of the generator side. I'm very glad he did only just peek it with the barrel to bait some shots out and to run the timer down. It's good play from Slick. And again, composure shown by the last player alive when the bomb is planted, making it all importantly crucial that we said, Kirk, again, from the first and the second match we saw today, getting this bomb down and getting it down with members alive is huge when it comes to putting pressure on the enemy side. Shots ringing out across the map. First, Barb, folding judicious.
Pretty standard position so far. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing we haven't seen.
Oh my word.
IFP, just two that fast?
Cruising gets
Oh,
breaks
there
put
you
on
go,
by
Jess.
Sleek.
Knows this time. Runs through the smoke instead of slow walking through it. That is how you do it, Jess. Amazing execution.
And it's just Sleek. And this time there's one more player to have to deal with. A couple of nodders from the Master X side on the point. Shoreline having a little heal party. Sleek for two. Oh my gosh. Are we back again? Fighting out of the blue corner. At half the size of the red team. Unknown's
Hey.
Ice Sleek coming in with the MCX on the scout class. Fighting out of the red corner is Exquisite and Jez. Stacked up too strong. The bomb in front of Sleek. There's no way he isolates the one here. Come on, Sleek. Don't do him like this. He's going to turn his
the
back and
timing.
Exquisite finds it.
Hey, I had to say, statistically, if anyone was going to die on the side of Unknown, it wasn't Sleek. The one with the least amount of deaths so far.
Do you know what's crazy? This is something that if you've watched enough of this Unknown side or enough of the members in different teams before, previously, so on and so forth, Sleek is one of those players that does tend to be alive in the later halves of the round and absolutely has the potential to clutch up multiple rounds back to back to back. So there is definitely something to be said about being scared of Sleek in the one versus anything, I would say up to 3. That's how scary that is. Like, I am confident he is good for 3.
Yeah.
Barbaric with First Blood again. I'm going to start calling this guy the First Blood King, which is something we are known for seeing Barbaric being exceptionally good at. Probing towards Jen. Goes down to Shoreline.
A stamina bar must be going across Sleek's screen. But 20 jumps in a row, and he's still yet not out of it. Underhand to clear back Jen. Jess pushes up, though, to take the position, and I don't think Sleek is aware of it. Yeah, there it is right there. Jess takes that opportunity, puts down Sleek, who has been a menace so far. Undead, though, pushing his way onto site. Does he have the bomb? He's ready for it, but his teammate Strix, where is he? Watching the back. Nobody decides to get aggressive off that.
Oh, please don't team kill each other. Again, let's focus and lock it in a little bit Unknown. The one thing that we've seen them making some small errors in this game so far is the team kills. It's the only thing separating them. There we go. Undead finds a redhead, and Jez goes down on the generator. Shoreline trying to pre-fire something onto Undead's last known. Exquisite finds the trade-up. Strix is down. Undead gets one back. Undead for the
yes,
second!
sir!
Undead
Yes, sir!
Essence!
Unalive. No.
This ain't the Undead
no.
we know and love. No way, man.
No, alive essence.
Amazing. And this is the dedication, though. This is... So, for those not in on the joke, all right? He was known as always Dead Essence. Never Alive Essence, all right? Because he wasn't necessarily known for somebody who was locking it in. A great community gamer. He was known for having a
That's
good
not even
time.
true.
Right? Except he's always been exceptional. He's just not always locked in 24/7. But this is a different animal. He is 100% locked in. I had a conversation with him 2 days ago, and Undead is absolutely down for this, by the way, folks. He is so locked in, it's unreal.
Undead basically competing in almost every single main game tournament that you've ever heard of. And wow, Exquisite getting aggressive through apps to grab 2, and is now going to put pressure on behind, but Strix is ready to watch for the flank. Now, things are probably going to slow down slightly, but Judicious from a long-range angle out in Apartments Lane is going to halt the push. And Undead with that bomb in that corner, that's a bad spot.
You know, I wish I could swing people quickly like Exquisite does like that in top apps and just have my crosshair perfectly already land on the head as I mouse button one with the barrel pointing at my knees. And because my crosshair placement's so perfect, the first bullet before the gun's even up just goes straight to the guy's head, honestly. Guy makes it look like it's as easy as riding a bike. Crazy.
Some people do need training wheels.
Ooh, L. Undead, speaking of which, hands one to Judicious. IFP gets the better of Undead in the trade. Meanwhile, Cracked is picking up the pieces in the casting booth after Kirk just served one
just
solid.
kidding.
Holy.
That's not even aimed at you. That wasn't even...
I love it. I'm all about it. In the container, though, speaking of being all about it, IFP deciding for the slower approach this time, taking a nap. Oh, the second goes down. Strix unknowingly seeing lots of sleeping lions laying in wait. Oh, lots one though. Shoreline's in a bad place now. So one problem with lying down, you immobilize yourself. Oh, I'm glad Jez wasn't peeking that, because if he was dead. That would have been the grossest pre-fire in the world. And that's time.
There you go.
I don't think I've
Finally,
been sat on the edge of my seat for a whole day for so long.
Yeah, and you know what? Based off the last few rounds that we probably didn't expect Master X to come out and win that round right there is Unknown were looking so strong once they swapped. And, you know, as you say, it's usually so far for Unknown, once they swap to that attacking side is where things start to take a turn. You know what? You can drop one round. It happens sometimes, right? Sometimes people make some mistakes, and that results in a round loss. But, you know, one round is nothing in terms of the long run, and there's still plenty of rounds left to be played so far. So Unknown are probably, yet again, going aggressive and still more confident than ever. Just one round. It doesn't mean much.
Honestly, like, exceptional match between the both sides. Again, a match that... It's not like we just have favorites. My favorite is for overtime, all right? I'm going to be honest. I just want to see overtime every game. My production team will hate me for it because it's like the longest day ever every time, and I'm all here for it. Speaking of being all here for it, Undead and Shoreline both not here for round number 14. Bob Barrett's going to walk straight into the pre-fire from IFP. Audio been his friend. Come on, IFP. It doesn't work twice, man.
But this isn't what you expected of IFP. You don't expect a peak like that. You don't expect like a hold, right? You expect something fast, quick.
Sleek's playing with his life sandwich between two. Exquisite is going to find him as he turns around, tries to deal with the problem behind him. Jez just staying with the audio. One. Two. Exquisite in the air. He gets to cover. This is a 1v1 for Strix versus Jez. This is totally doable. Bomb is going to go down.
Jess clutches up in situations like this all the time. I have no doubt.
I don't know. Do you remember the demon that was Strix from previous?
I do, but health advantage for Jess.
True. Make the magazine. Jez versus Strix. Jez with the moves. Strix playing the tempo. Strix with the shots to the left hand. I don't know, man. I believed you for a second. He came through curtain with confidence. I was beginning to believe.
He did. Excellent job from both sides right now. 7-7. The biggest competition Unknown has had so far, and they're probably really excited for it because, you know, you could smash teams all day, but it gets to a point where sometimes it's just not fun once you start. You also don't learn anything, right? If you smash teams 9-0 all the time, what are you learning, really? Like, sometimes you got to be beat to learn something new.
True. It's true. Success definitely helps the pockets, though, that's for sure. And when there's 10,000 euros on the line across the first Hpl Na season, absolutely worth putting the effort in for. IFP for the first, putting in the effort, putting Barbaric down. The First Blood King no longer allowed First Blood this time around. Undead instead takes up the mantle and puts Shoreline in the ground. Oh, cruising so close to being able to pop out. I don't think you can get through that scenery with bullets, I'm going to be honest with you. Sleek from Generator to site. Jez picks up Sleek in the trade, though. Smoke on Undead's going to go towards Generator now. Exquisite finds Strix.
That smoke on that right side, though, you got to be careful when you walk in there. Judicious is going to
Judicious
push
is
through it. Wait, they
thinking.
don't hear him? They don't hear him! How did they not hear him? Maybe, do you think it's the bomb plant sound? I thought that was very easily to be heard.
We don't hear their comms. There's 3 of them on site, and there's every chance that both of them are saying plant it, plant it, plant it. There's everything that could be said, but under the pressure, it might be a bit noisy. I mean, you're absolutely right, and you saw it as soon as I saw it. We've both seen him coming in. The second that smoke went over headshot, Judicious immediately took tempo and said, no, I'm not letting that suffocate me out of the play. Gets through the smoke, gets onto site. Maybe his movement was masked by their movement because he was on site pretty much as they started planting the bomb, right? Just behind them, and nobody heard him. Crazy.
At that point, the smoke's got to be done. Like, it's got to be done pluming, so there's no way. But yeah, you never really know what's going on in those team comms. Jesso ready to rain hell upon someone with this. As soon as she gets some audio cues, I imagine it's going to start to deploy. Barbaric falls at the hands of that one, but Cruisin also at the exact same time gets one for himself onto IFP. That's a big one to get down. 12 kills currently for IFP, 19 though for Exquisite, who's doing exceptionally well this game in terms of kills, and even that, so being really important ones, sometimes the first bloods, but also later in the round where he can pick up multiple in a row.
Yeah, so Unknown and Master X in the handshake agree that both teams get a red card for the round. Barbaric and IFP given the pinball to sit out with. Oh, wow, that's a great little shot out of Sleek on the generator. The hip fire and the reaction, the snapper to Jazz's head is going to see him folded very quickly. Judicious didn't even have time to respond. Shoreline finds Cruising. Strix and Undead move in onto site. Exquisite and Shoreline both go down.
Look at Sleek running into the generator. Very common strategy to, you know, make the opposition assume that you're pushing them when really you're just running into a wall. Forcing pre-fires, giving away their positions. Undead from back to site. Takes down Judicious for the 8th round, going into overtime currently. Wow. When me and Cracked get together, it's overtime, baby.
I love me some overtime. Absolutely love me some overtime. Man's creeping his way in onto point. People are dancing around audio. People are just throwing Hail Mary nade trades all around the beginning of the rounds. It's great.
Speaking of Unknown and communication, when I asked Unknown, what are the teams, what makes their team different from the rest of them? The response I got was, we communicate with each other and let each other know what each other are doing wrong, knowing it's to make us better and ultimately makes us a better team in the long haul. That is a lot of words, actually, that probably don't need to be in there, but I'll fix that later.
People are open to criticism, basically. The long and short of it is that they're good at giving each other constructive criticism, and where somebody might take it offensive, hey, you messed up here. Being able to say, okay, yeah, I did, no worries. Ownership, taking ownership of your responsibilities, exactly, and not taking it personally is a big thing for a team when you're working together.
So maybe in that situation, they probably talked about, hey, I know I got to plant the bomb. And because everyone was yelling at me, plant the bomb, I couldn't hear the guy beside me, and that caused us to lose the round. Very well could have happened.
That's it. Some Giga Brain coming in from Kirk. Where's the Giga Chad to take home the game from either of these two sides now? Tied up at overtime, 8 apiece. 2 required at the end of the 4 rounds to be successful. Cruising finds one into Exquisite. Judicious into Barbaric. 2 members left alive on the Unknown side versus 4 in Master X. Unknown on the defense. Jez for one to cruise in. It's all on Undead. One down. IFP finds Undead to respond, and that is going to be the first in the hands of Master X.
First round of the overtime, but still plenty of breathing room as 3 rounds need to be won out of the total 4 that happens in overtime. So, you know, if they can push 1 or 2 round to wins here out of the next 3, then Unknown will be able to secure a second overtime and have a little reset.
So the way I've been thinking about overtime, and the way it works in this sort of sense, is you have advantage, you have safe, and then you have victory. Okay. Advantage is 1. Safe means you have 2 points, so you minimum have guaranteed yourself a second overtime. There's no way you can physically lose. You just simply could lose 2 rounds and get taken to another overtime, and the third round sees you successful. So currently advantage MX. They win another round, they find themselves safe, so they are guaranteed at least another overtime or victory.
That's a nice system, actually. I like that. It's
Vix
like
takes
tennis.
one. Yes, exactly. That was where the thought came from. See? Ah, shared brain cells. Don't you love it,
played a
chat?
little tennis back in my day.
Differences with our words, we don't grunt when we serve.
Yeah. We're not doing a lot of serving over here, except for serving some excellent analytics and casting towards these players in the audience.
Boom, headshot.
But it's really the players that are serving some amazing gameplay for everybody at home in the first HPL Na. We're so happy to bring it here to you today for the first day out of 6.
Round number 18. Sees a flash going off to the side of Undead. Cruisin finds Shoreline. IFP then puts Cruisin back down. Jez falling onto Sleek. 2 members of Unknown alive right now, and it's, well, similar story. Oh,
Okay.
IFP gets Undead from the top med. That's a big pick before he can do any damage.
That's the metal sound.
Oh, no.
Barbaric gets the info. Somebody's above him. It's just bait shots to get Barbaric to reveal his position.
But with 35 seconds on the clock and these 2 on site like this is just too tough because it's just going to be running straight into the face of pain. Master X guarantee safety. Move to 10 and also move to map point.
Maybe it has something to do with the Unknown lineup, not usually getting put in these tough positions to where, you know, they're very close away to losing, and that is what's going to put them, you know, in a spot where maybe they might overthink some certain things, because they're usually used to just, I'll just win from the start. I'm not worried. We destroy them right at the start, you know, whatever, 9-0, and 9-4 here, 9-3 there, and now all of a sudden, it's like, uh-oh, we really got to lock in now and got to think about what's going on. Maybe they're going to be overthinking, and, you know, being put in a position that you're not normally in can definitely affect how you think sometimes.
I know we're supposed to be unbiased on the casting desk, but it does feel like the teams are being a bit biased towards your stats today, Kirk. Every team today trying to play as many rounds as possible to see who can be the first to break that leading kill scoreboard. Speaking of which, kill check, by the way, folks. Let's just check in on Exquisite with 21 kills on his name. Oh, never mind. Cast a curse to death. Exquisite will be having my neck for that one later on. Barbaric finds first blood again. We're back to some form of normality if you're an Unknown fan thinking about what was consistently successful for you. Flip side, Master X find themselves a little bit shook up. Their frag leader now taking a seat on the bench. Cruisin puts one onto IFP, and that's another one down from the Master X side. 5 versus 3. Cruisin for a kill onto Jez with the weapon, now finds 5 versus 2. Device being planted, and I smell a sense of another overtime. Okay. Yeah. Well, Ball is very attacking-sided favored, is what I'm getting from this one.
Think so?
I mean...
the players prefer attack, perhaps.
Maybe true.
Utility placement can really shut down any attack, really, if you place them properly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got to use them proper to time as well, because if you throw them all at the start, then there's no reason why the attacking side can't just, you know, back up and just wait them out.
Yep.
MX wins this next round, ladies and gentlemen, then they will be taking home the cake. Unknown, forced to win this round here. It's all over for this game. Still another one coming up.
Yeah, so the way that system was working out, chat, that safety point that Master X are on right now, so they still have an advantage in this. Still have another round to potentially take it home and close the map out 11-9, but for Unknown, if they want to keep their hopes alive in this, then they need to win this round. Good change of pace from Master X, though, Kirk, and nobody's died to utility this time around.
Yeah, Master X, their team, they say that they've been around since the very start of Arena. So, you know, they've probably been put in every situation in the book, and they know exactly how to deal with it.
Oh, wow, Sleek claps Exquisite as he's jumping onto point. Honestly, that looked disgusting from the angle he got on it. Jez finds Barbaric one apiece. 2 down aside. Shoreline just through the edge of the smoke onto Cruising. Strix and Shoreline on the point. Shoreline's better this time around. The
No,
swings, the
that
leans, the
actually did it.
moves.
That actually did it. I can't believe it.
And that's going to be the turn of the tide. That's going to be the securing play of the game. Shoreline on the point with the moves. Unless Sleek has got... I mean, it's Sleek. It's Sleek Factor, but he's got 30 seconds. It's done.
Yeah,
Surely it's done. There's no way. He can see the elbow. He sees the bomb. Knows he's
Oh,
going to have to challenge,
no.
and it's just done. It's done.
Just run for it.
Wow. Somehow, Master X have squeezed their way out a ball with a victory. Unbelievable work from the Master X side, honestly. Shoreline with an outstanding play on the point to bring it home for his team.
Just the perfect time to lock into, right? Shoreline was having a little bit of a struggle for the, kind of the start of the game there. Of course, kills aren't everything, communication, callouts, pressure, taking space, things like that are also huge, but when it comes in the kill department, Shoreline was struggling a little bit at the start, but right at the end when his team needed him most, he showed up and he locked in for those 2 quick double kills on site to shut down the team of Unknown, and Sleek was the last one left against 3 members, which could easily play time and push him off of the bomb site. So excellent work there for the side of Master X. Congratulations for beating Unknown, the one team that has not been beaten on any map yet. So that'll be a minimum of 1 point for the side of Master X.
It's an interesting one because when we were coming into this with Unknown having such a strong performance, Master X going 1 apiece with Hpl, you would think in your head that it would be Unknown favored. That would be the leading guess, I suppose, off of the minimal information we had there. Reassess. We're going to consider that Master X, Unknown, and Hpl are all on a very similar playing field, similar footing from that kind of example. Bearing in mind now that Master X squeezed that map out there, it could have easily gone both ways. Again, though, like we said from Master X earlier on Fort, the game and the map that they won because they played better. It came down to a performance from Shoreline in the last round, but it wasn't just Shoreline throughout the game. Exquisite making his mark on the match, and the rest of the lineup in different parts when the bomb was being covered or planted. Master X, the better side in that map by a small margin. And I mean a small margin, by a very small margin. We saw equal halves all the way to 8 and 8 in a very similar fashion on both attacking sides. We saw overtime going exactly the same way, was it not for one crucial play to flip the tables. Absolutely both of these teams evenly matched. And what it says to me is that if both of them have got a comfortability on this next map that we're going to, we're in for another banger.
Yeah, I think at this point, both teams are very well aware of their confidence. They know that they're both good teams, and especially that confidence boost that they're going to get after realizing that they just beat Unknown like that, it's going to push them even further ahead. So, regardless of one round loss, I guess, is it a game? One map loss, I guess, for Unknown.
Loss, yeah.
It's really nothing, right? Like, that happens sometimes. You're not Sicario, right? Like, you're not going to win every single game. You're not going to, go undefeated most of the time. But both teams are going to go in knowing that they're good, which, in order to be able to feel like that, it means that you're not nervous. It means that you're not, uncomfortable. You've been here before. And at that point, it doesn't come down to whatever team has the best mental, but really who has the better strategies.
Give and take. My perspective on it at the moment is very much feeling like these American teams are setting the stage for us, right? Where we understand from the EU scene, because we've had a couple of seasons now, we understand what these teams look like, how they kind of balance out in power. We're not as familiar with the American teams. So this is giving us that understanding. Yes, absolutely, Unknown may have come in with today's mindset being, let's set off with the similar speed that Sicario did. Let's establish ourselves as the team out there to be that dominant force. Would it be naive in them saying that they've come in with that mentality? Not necessarily. I think you have to have that style of mentality to be successful in a competitive environment. I think you have to believe that your team can be as good as its skill ceiling allows for it to be, for you to actually achieve. So I don't dislike the approach and the optimism. I do think you absolutely hit the nail on the head where I don't think any team is going to come out in this American scene right now with how the players are dispersed between the teams and how skilled we know they all are as a top dog. I feel like we're going to have 4, maybe 6 or 7 even relatively even teams. Definitely a top 4 dominant and then falling down through the skill set. But there's not much disparity we've seen so far. The only team that's not had the greatest success we've seen would have been the Eclipse side that lost to the unknown that we're watching now in such a dominant fashion. But that being said, again, it could be map oriented. We've only seen 2 of 4 maps from the Eclipse side. Maybe it didn't work out in their favor. We'll have to find out when we get to feature Eclipse. A shout out, by the way, folks at home, to Eclipse and Aspect, who are not featured for today. So the 2 teams that respectfully did us a favor and sat on the bench for the viewing purposes for today. But we are going to tune into them in other days as well. So don't worry if you did miss out on either of your 2 favorite teams being Eclipse or Aspect not being shown on screen today. It's fine. Got 5 whole days of this amazing action to fill you with that later on. So, speaking of which, we'll be back tomorrow on Sunday. And Kirk, do you have any predictions going into map number 2? Because I see in the channel points and in the chat, there is a prediction going on for those of you at home to put your money down on who is going to win map number 2. Who do you think, Kirk? What are your bets for this one going in?
Well, I'm not a betting man per se. I don't like to lose what I have, so I'm going to bet 0 points, but I'll still make a prediction anyway. Skybridge, a map we haven't seen so far yet, which is what we're going to be heading on to in the second game. So,
big fan.
I mean, Skybridge is what, not if not the most defensive-sided map? Like, it has to be, right?
I've given up like stereotyping maps on whether they are attacking or defending sided because that mentality seems to change between teams. Does that make sense? The different teams prefer attacking on certain maps, different teams prefer defending on other maps. Did I hear? Oh, a little correction, slight correction, folks. We are not going to Skybridge. We're going to Fort, was it?
Yes, that is correct. We are going to Fort. I have the wrong prediction on. There is a pin message from Klish that is currently giving us updates on the Aspect versus Eclipse game, just going on in the background, where Aspect has currently won their first map of that best of 2, putting them in 3 map wins so far, which is actually the best score so far out of any team. So if you're an Aspect fan, unfortunately, we don't get to see them today, but they're performing so well, and I'm sure we'll be able to have some awesome action for them tomorrow. Second game going on for them right now, where they are currently 4-4 tied. So yes, next map for Unknown versus Master X will be Fort. So we're not going to be seeing Skybridge at all today. Saw a lot of Bay 5. Actually, I think it was even. It was 2 Forts, 2 Bay 5s, and this will be the second Fort. And,
this is the second Fort. We've had 2 of each of the other one. Yeah, absolutely spot on. I think we were definitely going to see a lot of WAPs in the chat throughout the entirety of the Hpl Na because of the W's that AP are going to be putting in there. Definitely seeing success in the first 3 of their map performances. Still the 4th to play, but given what's being said there, they're either going to come out, like you say, with the most successful victory record so far at a 4-0, or they're going to find themselves at 3-1 when it comes to maps. Overall, 3 points and 1 for a draw, similar to one of the 2, bearing in mind that if Master X see victory here, they'll go to the same scoreline. If Master X tie another map, they'll be at 2 points. So they will be just underneath that. As again, it can go either way. Loads and loads of ways that this goes at this point in time, folks. We're not worried too much about the maths on the scoreboard or the table because there are 5 whole days of this action to go. And yeah, it's all to play for at this moment in time. Every team just trying to score as many points as possible in the first few matches, I feel, Kirk.
Yeah, but the audience has spoken. And they believe with 130,000 points getting put onto Unknown that they will win with around 60,000 points going to Master X, believing that they will take the cake here today. But the second and final game of the day being shown on streams commencing right now on North America Hunt Premier League.
And here we go. Master X Unknown, round 2. This time it's Fort. This is more of what I expected out of Fort from the first map that we saw. A lot more mid-control contest. Shoreline finds one out of that bedroom vault position towards the donut. Shoreline going down. Strix finding Judicious. Space taken. The bomb's going back the other way.
Yeah, based on the last game that we saw in Fort, I don't think there was any amount of action top mid at all. I don't think we ever saw like a fight happen, you know, on the second floor in mid. There's a little bit of, you know, like you gotta get your rotations through mid and stuff, but already starting it off in mid, which is awesome to see. Switching it up a little bit. However, the bomb almost went down. 2 members left of MX currently alive as Barbaric is flicking left, right, and center and grabs 2 quick ones from complete different sides of the map. Quick peaks, quick kills. Barbaric 2-0, as well as cruising in this first round.
I would be a little bit daunted as a Master X member after seeing that kind of confidence straight out of the gate. From such a close loss in the first game, Barbaric showing that even though they went through the ringer on ball, definitely come out the other side of it still swinging. Something Barbaric's very well known for, having an insane tolerance for frustration.
A quick push-up to just instantly go to a dead stop. Footsteps are definitely available at this range, though. Here we go. Smokes are in their full capacity, pluming out, but Cruisin is getting a little aggressive on this site to stop the push and get a little bit more pressure off of his teammates. IFP, though, needs to set the pressure right back.
In and on site, Strix is in a great position. Bomb's going to get planted, but there's a member behind him. Strix is playing ring around the Rosie on the box.
He's out of ammo.
bullets.
About a minute and 10 on the clock, and there was already 2 members left for unknown. But as they slowly start to whittle the members of Master X down, it's all up to Undead to do it himself for 3, who actually he has more health than all of them. I'm not sure if that means much, though. And usually a headshot is the one to finish it. Someone behind him that he's not aware of. Judicious SP6 to the back of the head. That's going to pen pretty much every helmet, so good luck with that, Undead.
Trading out back and forth. His back gets exposed behind building on the far left-hand side. Down he goes.
1-1 starting it off. Usually it goes pretty in favor of one of the teams at the start, and then swings around. This time going even. Into mid this time, as the bomb is around Donut. With a friendly to defend out cannons. There is somebody holding cannons, though, so the bomb gets taken down at this spot. This is really bad. Cannons decides to back up, head back towards the spawn. And MX are slowly converging towards that Bravo site. There is a flanking member, though. Check this one out. Ran all the way through Donut, past the people out of cannon, and now he's holding that back spawn. But a lot of action is going other places as well. And now this is a horrible spot. IFP is caught out with one member, Sleek, and then another one coming to defend him. Isn't able to catch the head out. Standing up a little bit too high. Really far away, too. Full auto. It's going to be difficult to put the crosshair properly. However, IFP has not stopped moving.
I mean, did you expect any less? IFP definitely fighting for the title of CEO of Movement. I'll have to post that one to the man himself.
Oh, no.
Speaking of which, gets body blocked by his teammate as he's about to try and fight into the spawn push. He's now left last alive with only 3/4 of the health bar left. And the bomb, although in his favor, it's going to be a tough ask to get this one down now. Undead's flanking around from cannons. Strix on site has it covered. IFP's going to try and make something work from the corridor to mini.
He has another weapon on his back, another AK-12 to swap to if he needs to get a quick reload. However, 3 members left of the unknown side. They're going to easily put down the last member of Master X, grabbing the second round in their favor of the third.
Two-one. Unknown find themselves in the lead by 1. And for probably one of the more difficult ones to attack on. A lot of teams consider the audio in Fort very heavily readable when it comes to being able to fake out a site or maybe grab some attention and draw gameplay elsewhere.
I think it also because it's so long that
Mm.
defending members can easily sneak through other corridors to be able to get behind you, and you would have no idea. Started off though with a nade and Sleek also. Cannon's control, something that's really not usually seen, right? A lot of the EU games on Ford, they really never go cannons at all, but MX is, really favoring this a lot here.
Oh, wow. Jez finds a good one onto Strix. Shoreline finds one onto Barbaric on the site. That's a gross little set of shots from Shoreline there. Shoreline and Jez just toying with the food there as cruising outside the corridors, just trying to hold them off for a minute longer. Not much health left on either of the members of Master X, which is the current problem they're trying to fight with right now. Is not really challenging to somebody without getting a pretty guaranteed kill, or else it's not going to be successful. Don't have the health to play with it. Try to fake onto the B side and about to run directly
Oh,
into
no
cruising.
way!
Crosses over Shoreline. Challenges. Ballsy move. Shoreline's got to find one. It's not going to happen. Cruising's just ready for it.
He didn't even give him his head, and he still put him down. That's the power of the MCX. Big bullets and fast fire rate equals decimation, annihilation, if you will.
That's why a lot of players, if it's within the kit, have been favouring that ETG6, the green stim that got restricted to a couple of classes recently because of how strong it is overall. Go into a fight having that less than half health sort of disadvantage. Any of these big bullets you're talking about, those calibers, that even if they aren't going through armor, the blunt damage is more than enough to knock you over. So very, very important keeping an eye on the health pool, especially if it's Thor actually ahead. That center of mass area wanting to be topped up all the time.
The only 300 blackout weapon so far at Arena. We do have the new Velociraptor in the main game, which will make its way to Arena at some point in the future. However, slow fire rate, and you're not able to put any tactical devices on it, so I don't think it'll have a huge favor in Arena.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Trade for trade, cruising judicious. Shoreline finds Sleek. Just on the ramp. Have good access to the site now. Cruising takes out Jez. Spawn still being oppressed. Barbaric finds IFP from Connector. That's a great little rotation out of Barbaric. Shoreline is the last left alive. Into mid he goes, and Strix is waiting for him. Unknown off to a 4-1 start on 4.
It was really surprising the player from Donut actually decided to peek right out. Is it Donut or Spiral? Because I'm pretty sure they're both circles, and I get them mixed up. The small one.
So the smaller one would be Donut, the larger one would be Spiral. If it goes like that, that's why with the people that we tend to play with, I stick to either Donut and Mini or Spiral and Mini. The name is the big one, Mini is the small one, and then it makes it easier for everyone to universally understand. But yeah, I think a lot of teams change it, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Well, I just get them mixed up because they're both circles. But yeah, I was. Nobody usually ever peeks out of that. Really, it's a place where you can test time, I think, and the member of MX just sat there staring at it, knew he was gonna peek. It was a really good read.
Cruising is just actually disgusting when it comes to repelling the A site aggression. 2 quick kills as it's pushed up aggressively out of the 90 angle towards Garden. Comes back to the close box, picks up the second, and then everything settles because smoke is covering off the 2 members that were pushing through from the cult. Now, all 3 members of Master X are trapped in a little box out towards the A site, 2 of which taken out, 1 by Cruising, 1 by Strix. And that's the round.
Wow.
Yep. Flawless from Unknown, just due to an exceptional quick push off the site out of Cruising. And then, I mean, the numbers advantage just played through true. Don't over-aggress. Let them walk into the crossfire. Knock them down like pins.
Both teams known for being exceptionally well on the offense. And now all of a sudden, Unknown surprises us all with 5-1 currently on the defense. Once those side swap, I think it might be a pretty quick game. This is a completely different round than what we've seen before. There's almost no aggressive pushes yet at all.
Well, and look at the mini-map for the reason why.
Yeah, I mean, why is the bomb's there by himself, so there's no reason for him to push.
So risky. It's
Yeah.
so risky leaving the bomb out there on its own. It is a Hail Mary play, but the 4 people trying to cause distraction
Yeah. At this
over
point,
towards
you
this
got
B
to try
site.
something different because nothing else is
It's
working.
right. So look middle. This is where crucial is because middle versus middle. The blue player on unknown in the middle box there that's getting information on the Master X member rotating gives a hint that it might be a fake. Now you notice the unknown member in kitchens on A
No,
has
no,
moved to
no,
the
no.
reserve dirty
Ooh.
position, and yep, Cruisen's holding it because this is what could happen. So now that Master X with the bomb on Exquisite hears that, he's going to run and try and fake it out, which he has done closer to spawn. But Cruisen is just going to sit here.
Yeah, that was an excellent read, actually. You're right. Like, around holding that mid cut so his teammate won't get cut off with the bomb is really good read. And that was good analytics, actually.
Two coming across through spawn. Now the Master X lineup are responding to the bomb because the info was given. The bomb waited. Cruisen did leave his position. Bomb called it out. Cruisen didn't go far though, and that's going to find Shoreline on the rotation. Jez is going to be for the second. This is Cruisen territory all day long, all night long. The bomb is going to go down and get planted, but with 3 seconds left on the clock, it's not going to matter because there's enough members here in time. Wow.
That was a tough spot for Jess, right? Jess knew that a peek had to be made there. Forced a left shoulder. You don't really have any other option. And, you know, just there was almost no chance. But the time left on the clock, Jess had no other choice. It was a tough position to be in, but, you know, Cruisen was just ready for it, and he had the optimal spot.
Cruisen picking up where he left off in the previous game after 13-1, by the way. Not just 13 kills, but a singular death. Big difference between a lot of these players up in the top tiers of the skill levels. All of them more than capable of fragging out. Being able to play your life whilst doing it, absolutely crucial to seeing team success. Exquisite for the first. Cruisen finally going down early on in the round instead of the norm.
Yeah, one member only for unknown on A site, which is really uncommon. So I think MX are probably expecting multiple to be there, so they don't take advantage of that one man. And look at all these shots. Just
Undead is there.
My. 4 on the kill feed all at once on dead, grabbing 2 huge picks to even out the scoreline. Health
2v2 though.
is looking almost identical.
Oh, you're kidding, and Barbaric wins that somehow into nothing from I don't even know where. Barbaric makes magic happen. 1 versus 2, click, click, and Barbaric is there to swing into Jess. 2 confident kills from Barbaric's going to see Unknown closing out their 7th successful round. And going into the half, Kirk, this might be the match that Unknown takes back from MX with how much of a buffer they put in on the first half. That is an exceptional defending side.
There's so much buffer zone. Like there's so much room here for Unknown to play with that MX, you know, they did that one off strat and it still didn't work. So I can't even tell you what sort of strategy they have ready for this side, because it better be something magnificent.
I mean,
I don't want to count them out.
Gotta hope that Unknown's got like somebody in the HPL chat watching their every move, writing it down for the textbook for Master X, because surely you just do exactly what they did, but again, right?
Yeah, like I don't even know what to say at this point. Like Unknown are just a force to be reckoned with right now, and once the attacking side comes out, it's the place that they're most comfortable.
Oh,
and Jazz with the free fire. Second one. Strex close by though, ready to trade. But Barbaric gets it instead. This is a tough spot. Really tough spot. They're going to be sandwiched here in a second. Shoreline hasn't made a move though. Isn't giving away his position. It could catch 2. Could catch 2, but Strix is probably going to fall here to the side of Shoreline. He goes down. He's going to peek right back up and turn around, but Barbaric is ready for it to trade.
First time I've ever seen Trigger Discipline not work in the favor, actually. Shoreline could have done with taking that kill quickly, so it could have been turned around to look. Oh my, Exquisite onto Barbaric as he slams him off the top of the headshot box. 1v1, bomb in hand. Undead has the tempo because he's on site. Exquisite has the tempo in the case of timing. Undead is going to make the smart play and use the distance to his advantage. Off he goes. Exquisite's here in time. This is a rough one for Undead. Stamina.
This is one of those moments where you say that Undead may not be fully locked in.
Oh, he's on it. He's all on it. Now he just has to read the audio. Bring it around the roses. Undead with 40 seconds to have to kill or find the kill in. Undead with the kill as well is there, and Unknown are going to take themselves to match point. Those big bullets you were talking about, Kirk, the spear this time.
Big bullets with a lot of damage with FMJ around that 36 pen mark. The defender had a hex plate. I mean, you can swap plates out. We can't always say the hex plate is going to have that level 6, but to be able to get that thorax kill is quite exceptional. Maybe that armor was already damaged beforehand. And you know what? I got to say that these North American players, they... MP, right? The points that you use towards your kit, they min-max them. So many players I've seen have these welding goggles. When you watch some of the old EU stuff, sometimes they just have a balaclava and nothing else. Those goggles have a 45% reduction in flash, which, you know, the amount of times you get flashed is not much, but in clutch situations, there's no reason not to have them.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking
especially
of
with
clutch
the low MP
situations,
cost.
well, Barrett's going to drop a nade onto the corner. That's Shoreline out of this one. Shoreline, one of the clutch players in the Master X lineup that made it successful in the first map, cruising for the second.
Both down.
Cruising for the third, for the fourth. Undead's in there, and this one more kill between Unknown and being able to close out their first match. Sorry, first map, in this match. Bring it to a tight set. Exquisite for one. There's no way Exquisite 1v5's this, right?
It's all him. It's all him. This is his time to shine. Make history.
Oh my word, it's like walking into no man's land. At the long angle, who other than cruising? And that's the game.
Ends it all for today, ladies and gentlemen. Hunt Premier North America. This is what we came to watch, and it is so exciting. And this is only the start, ladies and gentlemen. We have 5 more days remaining of this amazing tournament. NA Season 2 comes in September 6th. Season 3, December 6th. So mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen, and also mark them for tomorrow as a brand new set of faces come on to cast these games. And we actually have a lot of new crew members that, you know, previously, Cracked, when you were doing most of the work around here, there wasn't a lot. You know, there was a lot of work put in by a few people, but we have a lot more new faces, not only in the casting department, but in the background as well. So we got to give a huge shout out to everybody in the production crew, Connor for being our lovely producer for today, and our observers, Damon, Kev, and Raging Snake. So shout out to everybody, because we are the faces here on stream, but it could not be done without everybody else in the background, and especially the viewers, you, for coming out here and supporting. So thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely, an exceptional showing from the first day of the NA Hpl. None less than I expected, if I'm going to be honest with you. After having the absolute honor and pleasure of interacting with a majority of these teams and their communities, it is an insane environment to get involved with, and it has been shown on screen today the effort that each of these teams have put in, looking to help make this environment exceptional for you guys to watch at home. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, we're always going to be here ready to bring you the action. I've been Cracked. This has been Kirk on my other side, because I'm still twisted around from the action from the games today. Hunt Premier's been here, partnered with Battlestate Games. You guys have been the kings and queens of it all, as always, okay? We couldn't keep this performance going without you in the chat. So, a favor from myself, Cracked, to the community, all right? If you've got friends out there that enjoy competitive gaming, if you know somebody that might just enjoy watching this tournament, and then the next time you turn up, bring them with you. If you fancy having a watch party in your Discord, Get it going, all right? There's going to be loads coming in the future. You've got tons of the top tier players in the NA scene showing up to bring you amazing performances. You've got Hunt Premier doing everything it can within its power to bring you top tier quality, top tier prizes on the hot prize line with those giveaways going out all the time, and even more top tier production. Okay, so thank you very much all for being here. Appreciate you tenfold. Anything else before we sign off for the day, Kirk? Actually,
We
what
do
time are we
have
back tomorrow? That's the first thing.
it's going to be 11 a.m. EST for every single day of this tournament that is going to be going on. So make sure that you come back tomorrow if you're a big fan of teams like Eclipse or a team like Aspect, which we didn't get to see today. So they will be on tomorrow to show what they're made out of. And of course, we cannot go away without showing the final leaderboards for today, which is currently being cooked up in the background. So while that is being cooked up, we would also like to say that it's not just Hunt Premier here bringing this to you, but of course, collaboration with Battlestate Games, as you can see in the bottom right corner of the screen. Without them, we wouldn't have the mini map, we wouldn't have the X-ray vision that you get to see, which brings a whole new level in terms of observing the tournament as viewers. It gives you a lot more information and allows you to observe plays and strategies that you otherwise wouldn't be able to see. So this is the only place that you're going to be able to see that at Hunt Premier, and of course later down the line when there is some Arena Cup Series tournaments going on hosted by Battlestate Games, hosted by us, but I guess presented by Battlestate Games.
Yeah, that's it. And to keep that entertainment rolling, folks, there is a whole host of people that have been brought on board. Like Kirk said, 2 brand new casting faces tomorrow. Even myself coming back on day 3 with a brand new face that you won't have seen before as well. It's going to be absolutely spicy. So the casting team has gotten even more talent within it. The crew has gotten so many more amazing members that it's all going through the sky. The chat's gotten bigger. Everybody showed up in force today in the chat to come and say hello. And I think whilst we're still waiting for that scoreboard to cook up, the one thing I think I've got to ask from today, Kirk, let's talk a little bit about some honourable mentions. I've got a couple of my own. We're going to talk about Scratch Killer. All right. Shout out to one of the main man, myth, legend, and demons of the arena today with some phenomenal kill scores on the boards in both games, as well as exquisite for me, another one that popped off today when the team needed it most as well. Some insane clutches. And my third shout out and my top 3 MVPs for the day is going to be Sleek with his performance in match number 1, even though not successful as my 3 total MVPs. But my play for the day today is going to go to Box, okay? On the forklift with the wall bang into the 2K to clutch up the round. That's my cracked play for the day, is Box with the 2-piece and forklift and Bay 5. That's my top 1 for the day, honestly.
Yeah, when it comes to plays for the day, I don't know if I can necessarily give an exact play, but if there is a player that has shined bright for me and that has obviously been someone to look out for, and that is Jess. Jess had a struggle in the first game, but picked it back up for the next 3 games and put themselves on the scoreboard really exceptionally well, right? It's always awesome to see someone that, can come in struggling a little bit, perhaps down in the dumps, and then come back and make themselves a fan favorite amongst all of us here. So shout out to Jess for coming out and putting on a top tier performance. We have not only Hunt Premier North America League, we also have in the past Hunt Premier European League. 3 HPLs in North America, 3 HPLs in Europe coming this year, with 2 Europe elimination tournaments coming up also. So jam-packed year, and make sure that you hit that follow button. Go follow us over on Twitter or X, and make sure that you stay up to date with all live information at all times. Scoreboard still currently being cooked up in the background, so stay tuned for that, because we cannot let this stream go without a final farewell and a final look at the scores and see how teams perform today. Now, when it comes to a team like Aquila, I think we got to give them a little bit of respect, because they were the only team to not get 2-0'd or 2-0 today. They put up a fight and went 1-1 against Master X. They did really well, and that was their only game for today, though. So, of course, we want to make sure that every team gets equal opportunity to be shown on stream and have the same amount of games. Because, of course, reminder, the brackets the way that they work, I guess it's not a bracket, it's sort of a leaderboard, right, where every team's kind of just on one board.
Mm-hmm.
There's once we get down to that final day, there's not like a semifinal elimination. There's not a final. It's just whoever has the most points. On top of that, last time we saw an EU HPL where we saw Sicario on the top of that board. It didn't drop a single map. So if we can see something like that, maybe we'll see it from Aspect, who hasn't dropped a single map yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So 8 teams taking to the field in HPL Na. The top 6 taking home a piece of the prize. Okay, €10,000, 4,000 going to first place, and then littered down the rest from second through to sixth. The scoreboard has been cooked up, and as we slide on into that, we'll have an honourable mention to Unknown's Undead for that amazing play after the team kill with the grenade, cleaning up the round the 3K as well. A little comment in the chat to that one, so a shout out to Undead for that today. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the scoreboard and the standings as they are after day 1 for the HPL Na. In our 8th place spot sees Eclipse after a total of 2 games playing against Unknown and Aspect, both going 0 and 2. Zenith above them in 7th with a total of 1 game played, also 0 and 2 this moment in time. New Dawn as well with 1 game played, 0 and 2 in 6th. Hpl in 5th with 1 game played and a draw so far. That draw was against Master X, who currently hold the 4th place with 2 games played and 2 draws, 2 points a total there. Vanguard, only 1 game played but a 2-0 victory today, sees them in 3rd place with 3 points. Unknown after 2 matches find themselves with a win and a draw, so 4 points in the total standing, currently holding that 2nd place spot, just a place below one of the 2 teams we've not got a chance to check in on yet. Funnily enough, both topping and bottoming the table from us today. 1st place being held by Aspect, that after 2 games, a 2-0 victory, both against Eclipse and Zenith alike. So 6 points with Aspect at the top of that table there for you folks at home. And like we said, though we didn't get to see Eclipse and Aspect playing today, tune in tomorrow at the same time, the same place on Hunt Premier, partnered up with Battlestate Games, and you'll get to see those 2 teams playing along with the rest of the matches that we are featuring there. And if you'd like to keep up to date with all of this information, then don't forget to make sure you are locked in on the socials. Follow below keeps you up to date with when we go live with all the tournament information. Getting yourselves locked in and following us on Twitter, on X, on Instagram, on Facebook, all that nonsense gets you up to date and in with the community. These kind of screenshots will be posted up there for you to go and check if you need a quick, fast fact check by looking in whilst you're bobbing on your way to work or coming back home from doing something out with the friends, whatever it may be. You can keep yourself locked in by using all those socials. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is about the end for today. So, without any more yapping, I'm going to hand it over to Kirk to send us off into the sunset.
Thank you very much for your last remarks here on stream. We have to say that right before we leave, soon in the future, the HPL leaderboards will be updated live on the EFT Arena website. So if you go over to the Arena website and hit the esports tab and then scroll down, you will see the Hunt Premier. Really, any of them that are going to be coming up in the future, they'll all be posted on that website for you to get live information. Even if the stream's offline, you don't have to go back to the VOD and check everything out, or you just go straight to the Escape from Tarkov Arena website. So make sure you check that out in the future for live, up-to-date results. So, that being said, Cracked, that is all we have for today. If I'm not mistaken, this is it. This has been the very first day of Hunt Premier League North America. Thank you, everybody, for watching. There's so much more action-packed gameplay coming up in the future, and I'm more than excited to be here. And thank everybody for coming in. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere tomorrow, because we'll be right back at 11 a.m. EST for some brand new games in North America.